And we are live. We're back with episode 20 of World Cup Qualifiers Daily. And this is the month of November where things are really going to come down to the nitty-gritty here. We're getting into the business end of things. In Europe, especially. CONCACAF, we're getting into that area where things might starting to take shape. For Africa, we're going to find out who's going on to the next round. Asia is shaping up very well. South America as well. And all in all, we are going to have more places filled for Qatar 2022 in November. And what I'm going to aim to do with these live streams is just discuss all things World Cup qualifiers. I'm going to talk about all confederations, and we're going to stay up to speed with what's going on. We're going to try our best. We can't cover every single thing, but we're going to try our best to, stay up to date, in tune with what's going on. So how's everybody doing? It's your boy Dominic Rich, back with another one. I actually went to Miami. I got a little vacation. So all today, I was actually gathering all my info, just putting together episode 20 for you. And up until maybe 20 minutes ago, I was upstairs in the couch sleeping. My wife had to wake me up. So I've been just resting up for this one. This might be a long one. These go on for about 2-3 hours maybe. And there's a lot of information to get through. So I'd like to take the time to big up to everybody in the house right about now. We have FBI agent in here. We need CONCACAF prediction for this month. Well, the thing with CONCACAF predictions, those matches are Friday. We will talk CONCACAF today, but we're going to get into the nitty-gritty, maybe tomorrow. Because the games, tomorrow. For some people, it's already Thursday, but the game's on Friday. You see what I mean? And it was just a lot, guys. This is a lot. We have 6 confederations, but 5 currently with games going on. So it's a lot to really, it's a lot of information to cover at one time. And you guys know I like to really get into it with my information. Big up to Donnie in the house. Christopher Holgan, man, going all the way back to 2017. Donnie all the way back to 2017. Big up to Nicholas Bauer. The boy Adnan in the house. How are you doing, Adnan? Raju, everybody in here right about now. Guys, thanks for joining. We're not going to waste any more time. We're going to get into the content right away because in about, let's say, 7 hours, the game between Australia and Saudi Arabia is kicking off over in AFC, the Asian Confederation. So I won't be putting out predictions, like a separate prediction video for that, but I do talk about every confederation in these live streams that I do. So let's start with Asia. Let's not delay. Let's get into things, man. Let's get into things. Only 12 teams left, and those 12 teams are separated into 2 groups of 6 where each team will play each other twice. The top 2 teams will qualify directly for the World Cup. Directly. And there's a 5th spot where teams who come in 3rd in their respective groups will go into the playoffs, and those teams will actually play against each other 2 legs. The winner will move on to the Interconfederation playoff, and whoever wins that one will move on to Qatar. There's a possibility that we could see 6 teams from Asia, including the host Qatar, and 4 direct qualifications and 1 through the playoffs. So that's what's up. And these are the teams currently in Asia. So what we're going to be doing, we're going to go through the standings. Let's go all the way down to the bottom here. And we're going to go through the standings from Group A and B before we get into the predictions. And I have a few articles to share from Asia as usual. So look, bear with me, guys. Bear with me. Remember, you're here for the information. You're here for the entertainment. And we're now getting things warmed up, all right? So in Group A, Iran leads the charge with 10 points after 4 games. They're still unbeaten. So are Korea Republic with 2 wins and 2 draws. They have 8 points. Pulling away from the rest a little there. But Lebanon has been very impressive, picking up 5 points so far in the group. With the UAE, the draw kings of the group so far, along with Iraq, they have 3 points each. And Syria have been lackluster so far with 1 point from their 4 games. So Syria, Iraq, UAE, they're not out of it yet. They could still get into that playoff spot realistically. But teams like Korea Republic and Iran are pulling away. And during this international break, if Korea Republic and Iran continue to pick up points and the others keep on dropping, then we know the teams that are going to qualify to the World Cup from Group A, where it's most likely will be Korea Republic and Iran. The race for that playoff spot will be very, very interesting, however. So, look, I did predict Iran and Korea Republic to make it directly. Those are my picks from Group A. And in terms of my third place team, I did pick Syria from what I could recall, but not looking too good for the Syrians so far at all. Not at all. So we're going to move on to Group B here, where Saudi Arabia has been absolutely impressive. Perfect. 12 points. They could almost taste Qatar already. Not literally, but you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And they have 12 points after 4 matches. How impressive have they been? I actually did not predict Saudi Arabia to qualify for the World Cup this time around. I actually thought they were going to miss out. But, man. They mean business. They're on fire. I've been on fire so far. 12 points. Australia have been doing well, despite picking up that solitary loss so far. So, not good. Not good. Could do better, but not bad at all. 9 points. Oman, a third, impressively. They did beat Japan, so they are ahead of Japan on head-to-head. Japan, 6 points. Not that great so far, but it's still going to be an interesting race for that second direct spot. I think Saudi Arabia may go on to clinch, and it's going to be a fight. It's really going to be a fight for that second place and a playoff place as well. China, People's Republic, they have 3 points, and Vietnam struggling at the bottom without a point. So what we're going to be doing, guys, before we get into this month's first set of games in this month's calendar, we are going to recap what happened in October. Let's take a look at what happened in October, okay? All right. They had games October the 7th and October the 12th. So, let's go. Group A, Korea Republic beat Syria 2-1. And guys, note that most of these games have been very close, if not all. Very, very close. Very close margins. And I like that. I like that. The games are very unpredictable over in Asia, though. Very difficult predictions to make here. I do have predictions. Get your predictions ready because I want you to share them with me in today's live stream as well. So, Group A, Korea 2, Syria 1. Iraq 0, Lebanon 0. The UAE 0, Iran 1. Very close. China 3, Vietnam 2. That was a close one. Vietnam almost came back to earn a draw there. Saudi Arabia beat Japan 1-0. That was a big game, and those were 3 big points picked up by Saudi Arabia. As I mentioned earlier, Saudi Arabia has been super, super impressive, and they have another big test coming up against Australia in the early hours of tomorrow. Very, very impressive team right now. And look, you got to give Hervé Renard, man, international manager. Like he's like a very renowned international manager. Used to manage a lot in Africa. Now he's playing his trade in the Middle East, man. What a manager. I would love to actually see Hervé Renard manage the French national team one day. He is qualified. He is qualified to manage a team, but I don't know if that's going to happen, though. Really don't know. But look, they've been really good. Australia 3, Oman 1. Big win there. Second set of games, Japan 2, Australia 1. That was a big win for Japan to get, the better of the adversaries, Australia. When you have Japan, Saudi Arabia, Japan, Australia, Australia, Saudi Arabia, these are the bigger fixtures in Group B. So I would love to watch the game in the morning, but I doubt I'll be able to do that because this live stream, I'm pretty sure, is going to run me into the, after midnight, according to how fast we go, and then I'll have to wake up at 4. I don't know if I could pull that one off. Because tomorrow there's a lot of games, man. A lot of games. And we're going to get into predicting all the games that's coming up tomorrow in tonight's live stream. Iran 1, Korea Republic 1. That's a big point there for Korea Republic against the impressive Iran. Oman 3, Vietnam 1. Syria 2, Lebanon 3. Listen, Lebanon is a team I've been writing off all throughout the qualifiers. And I even said that they don't even deserve a place in the final round here. But Lebanon has been proving us all wrong, man. So big up to the Cedars. Big win against Syria, who have been quite mediocre so far. UAE 2, Iraq 2, and Saudi Arabia 3, China 2. That was a good one. That was definitely a good one. So it brings us to the games that's coming up tomorrow, guys. Australia versus Saudi Arabia. So, look, the way I'm going to do these, let's do them according to the groups. Let's do Group A first, and then we're going to go into Group B. All right? So, the Group A match between Korea Republic and the UAE. I'm going to go for the Korea Republic to beat the UAE 1-0. Look, when you look at that Korea team, Son and Hwang, the two tallest men in that team, it's going to be very difficult to keep them guys quiet. The UAE do have a couple naturalized Brazilians and I think an Argentinian in there to help them out. Ali Makbout up top. I didn't really take a look at all the squads like in depth, but I'm not making predictions based on overall squads, but based on, just the style of play of the team and the strength in recent times. And I'm pretty sure most of these squads have continuity. So, Korea Republic, the UAE, I'm going to go for a 1-0 win for Korea Republic. This game will be at home for Korea Republic, so they would have to actually take advantage of that home, being at home and pick up a win because it's imperative. Definitely imperative because you have Iran in that group, and if you don't want them pulling away too far, you want to just keep them right there. So I'm going to go for Korea Republic to win that game 1-0. Guys, if you have any predictions, please share it in the chat. Do appreciate that. Big up to everybody in here right about now. Make sure you guys like the video. Talk to me. So we have AD. Big up to the boy AD who's saying 2-0 to Korea Republic. Big up to the boy Football Pharaoh in the house, man, who's saying 3-2 to the UAE. No, to Korea Republic. Oh, man. Danny is saying 2-1 to Korea Republic. Boy Steve is saying 2-0. Mr. Fares here. Go Lebanon. What we got? Any more predictions, guys? Any more predictions? Nicholas Bauer, 1-0 to Korea. Christopher Hagen is saying 2-0 to Korea. Sydney Football in the house is saying 2-0 to Korea Republic. Thank you very much there. And yeah, man. So big up to Alistair Jeff for this comment. I do have an article on that. I will get into that pretty soon. Thank you very much for dropping that. And you also drop predictions here. 1-0 Lebanon over Iran. Thank you very much. But what's your prediction for the game between Korea Republic and the UAE? Share that one for me, please. So Smith Yoon is saying 2-1 to Korea. So most of you guys are agreeing that Korea Republic will go on to win this game, and we're going to keep it moving. We have a lot more predictions to make. So the next game to predict, Lebanon versus Iran. And This game will be at the Municipal Stadium. Where is the stadium? Is this in Lebanon, though? Is this stadium in Lebanon? Let me just find out, because a lot of these games are being played on neutral ground. You know what I'm saying? So let me just find out where this game is being played. I don't know where the Municipal Stadium is. I really don't know where it is. So this is going to be in Lebanon. So this will be a home game indeed for Lebanon, and not being played on neutral ground. And Lebanon has been impressive, but I do think Iran are going to get the better of Lebanon by a 1-0 as well. They're not going to be an easy team to break down, but I do think that the Islamic Republic of Iran are going to get the better of the Cedars here. So Team Melly 1, Cedars 0. Guys, if you have predictions for this one, please drop it in the chat. We'll definitely appreciate that. So what we got? 2-0 to Iran. We got 2-0 again here. 0-0 says Danny. Danny, bro, I can't believe, bro. You're predicting your team to go 0-0? Okay. No fans due to security. Thank you very much. Yes, Cider is in Lebanon. Thank you, man. Thank you for that. Football Fair says 2-0 to Iran. You know, Football Fair and I have discussed these World Cup qualifiers a lot in depth. We didn't really get to link up during the off season. Let's say the off season there between October and November. But it's all good, man. You know what I mean? We've been busy. I've been busy. He's been busy. Hopefully we get to link up after this international break is done to discuss the teams that qualify, so on and so forth. So we got Lebanon is undefeated at home in the last 12 games, and he's going for a 1-0 to Lebanon. It's going to be rough. It's going to be rough, man. Hui Kim, first home game with supporters for the Vietnam side. Thank you very much for that. All the information is actually very, very appreciated here. Lebanon 1, Iran 0. You guys, some people are going for a Lebanon win. Most are going for an Iran win. Christopher Hargren saying a 1-1. 0-0, a contender for at least chances in a game ever. All right, so Lebanon are undefeated in 12 home games. Look, this Iran team, listen, this Iran team is a whole nother beast, and I'm not going to write off Iran, man. You know what I'm saying? Not even a draw here. I think they're going to win the game. I think Iran are going to win the game. Even without Mehdi Taremi, I think they're going to win the game. Look, Lebanon, they have fought hard to get to where they're at right now. But I think, you know what I mean, the quality is just on a whole nother level here. So let's see what Dragan Skokic and his boys do here against the Lebanese. So all the best. And the final game here in Group A that we got to talk about on the first match day of November is, let's scroll back down. The game between Iraq and Syria. Guys, I'm going to go for a 1-1 draw for this game. A 1-1 draw between Iraq and Syria here. So just to find out where this game is being played for sure. Iraq versus Syria. This game is being played in Qatar, Al Gharafa Stadium. It's definitely in Doha, Qatar. So neutral ground here. Neutral ground. And let's just get back down to this game really quick. Neutral ground. I'm going to go for a 1-1 draw for this fixture here. Both teams, you know what I mean, haven't really been impressive. And I'm going to go for them to scrap it out and earn a point apiece. So share your predictions here. 1-1 says AD, Iraq 2, Syria 1 says the Asian Sensational. Danny says 3-1 to Iraq. Alistair Jeff says a 2-2 draw. Football Fair 2-1 to Iraq over Syria. I think Iraq should have both Omar Al-Suma and Omar Kabin back in the team. And, you know, the team haven't been that impressive in this round, but in the previous round, they definitely were. So, yeah, man. Faraz, late prediction here, 1-0. Well, this is an early prediction, 1-0 to Australia over Saudi Arabia. You guys are jumping ahead, man. You guys are jumping ahead. Yeah, Christopher, tell them, man. Make sure you guys like up the video if you haven't yet done so. What else we got here? 0-0 says Adnan for the Lebanon game. Lebanon-Iran game, I think. Is that what you're making predictions for there? So, 1-0 to Syria, Nicholas Bauer. Thanks for all your predictions, guys. And we are going to move on to Group B. So, in the Group B matches, we have Australia coming up against Saudi Arabia. This one was a difficult one to predict. This, it said, would be in Western Sydney. But I don't know if Australia is still on lockdown, though. So, let me... Yeah, this is let me make sure. Yeah, it will be played. It will be played in Australia. It will be played in Sydney, Australia. I guess Australia is open again, and this would be their first home game on home soil in the World Cup qualifiers. I don't know if there'll be fans. So if anybody have any information on that, please let me know. If anybody in here from Sydney football, would there be fans? Would there be fans? I think you said, did you say that earlier? Did you say something like that earlier where there will be fans here? I don't know if there will be fans, so let me know. Enlighten me. But without fans or with fans, I am going to go for Australia to pick up a draw here against Saudi Arabia. It will be a tough game. I am fancying Saudi Arabia more, but I'm going to give Australia a better chance here to pick up a point than to actually, you know what I mean, lose the game outright. Yeah, it was a tough one to predict. I wish I could get up and watch this one, but I don't think I'm going to do that to myself because there's games at 6 a.m. There's CAF games coming up at 8 a.m. as well. There's a lot of games, man. So Football First saying would like Aussie to win, but saying 2-2. We have, let me see. We have Smith Yoon saying a 2-2 for Saudi Arabia. Faraz is saying, Dama, are you going over CONCACAF matches or that's tomorrow's stream? Well, I'm actually going to be completely open and transparent, I'm waiting for tomorrow to do CONCACAF, to be honest, because it was a little bit too much for me to do today. Plus, I want to put out a separate video on CONCACAF, so I might, you know, wake up early in the morning and get that put together and get it out. Get it out sometime tomorrow. I was supposed to do that today, but when I didn't realize the games were Friday. I thought the games were going to be tomorrow. But when I realized the games were Friday, I was like, okay, good. I'm going to give myself the little break and not work too hard because, guys, believe it or not, man, this is a lot of work, man. To get the information together, to just make sure the stream goes smoothly, it is a lot of preparation. So I'm going to go for a 1-1 draw. Christopher is saying a 1-0 for the Socceroos. We have 3-1 for the Saudis, says Nicholas Bauer. Danny is saying 2-1. You know, I actually have an old Q&A from back in 2017 where I asked you guys to send in videos. And Danny sent in a video. And my boy Adnan, who was in here, I don't know if he's still in here. Yeah, Adnan, still in here, I'm pretty sure, sent in a video as well. So that was pretty awesome, man. You guys have been around for a very, very, very long time, and I do appreciate the continued support. So 80-2-2, Steve is saying 2-1 to Australia. A-Bob is not from Australia. She lives in Australia. So we have Josh Reese says Australia could qualify tonight, Australia time. So look, we're going to get into the permutations and things like that and see who could really qualify directly tonight. And yeah. So Vietnam versus Japan, guys. I'm going to go for Japan to win that game 3-1. Even though Vietnam have shown glimpses, you know, of what they can do, I think the Japanese team, who haven't been so impressive thus far, are still going to get the better of them. Or could we see an upset in this game? It's quite possible because Japan has been all 6s and 7s so far, and Moriyasu and his boys got to really get their act together, and they got to come good. So, Lime Crystal is saying Vietnam is unbeaten in Southeast Asia under Park Hang-seo lead for 4 years, but still a cat in Asia. Listen, Japan's going to get the better of Vietnam. Vietnam would have to prove us all wrong here and do something, whether they earn a draw or all 3 points, but I'm not going for Japan to lose here. So Nicholas Bauer said 0-0, Japan manager will be sacked. I don't think Japan would go as far as to sack their manager though. Not yet. It's still early. I think they'll give him some time to turn things around. So Christopher said, I think Vietnam is an up-and-coming nation, just like India and China, but not quite there yet. Japan for the win. Must win for Japan. I'm saying Vietnam 1, Japan 1. Ooh, it's a big prediction there. That's a big prediction. We'll be talking about these results tomorrow, however, though. We will. So, big up to Eric FC in the house. How are you doing? Hui Kim, all Japanese coming back from Europe, only had one training session. Yeah, but they've been, you know what I mean? They're professionals. They should be warm and ready to go. Daddy, if Vietnam win, Moriyasu has to get the sack. Let's see. 3-1. Japan. 3-1. The Japan team is a bit too good, in my opinion, to lose to Vietnam, though. But you never know, man. You never know. And the final game in Asia tomorrow will be between China's People Republic and Oman. For this game, I'm going to go for a 0-0 draw. Got to predict a 0-0 somewhere. And this is the game that will be played in Sharjah. That's in the UAE. It's a neutral ground. Yeah, China don't want to play home games at home because, you know, the COVID-19 situation and things like that. And they will be in the Middle Eastern conditions that would favor Oman. So, won't be surprised if Oman picks up a win in this game. But I'm going to say a 0-0 draw, a hard-fought draw here between China and Oman. So, look, according to my predictions, how would they actually affect the table? Look, in Group A, I'm predicting Korea Republic to beat UAE, which means they will go up to 11 points. I'm also predicting Iran to beat Lebanon, which means Iran will go up to 13 points. So 11 and 13. And there's a lot of games to play still. You know what I mean? There would still be 5 matches left for each team. And it will only be halfway through. So won't be a situation where any one team would directly qualify already, because you have still 15 points up for grabs. You get what I'm saying? So, but it will start to take shape. It would start to take shape, and let's say Iran goes up to 13 points and Syria doesn't get off, you know what I mean? Their chances of direct qualification would start to dwindle. Lebanon would remain on 5 points. UAE would remain on 3 points. Iran would go up to 4. And Syria will go up to 2. So Iran will go up to 4th. According to my predictions, UAE will drop down to 5th. Syria would stay 6th. For Group B, Australia 1, Saudi Arabia 1. Saudi Arabia will go up to 13 points. Australia will go up to 10. Oman 0, China 0. Oman will go up to 7 points. China will go up to 4. Japan will go up to 9 points. So they would leapfrog Oman and go into that playoff spot, according to my predictions, and would be 1 point behind Australia, where those two would scrap it out, according to, you know, my predictions so far. Vietnam would remain on 0 points, and they won't be out completely, but they won't be able to get first in the group. Won't be able to get first. So still early times in Asia, and let's not jump the gun too much in terms of who's already out and, you know, who's going to get this place or that place. It's still very, very early. Not even halfway through. Well, we're going to be halfway through after tomorrow's game. So Still 5 games to go for each teams. So look, that'll do it for Asia in terms of the predictions. I do have a few articles to run through, so hopefully, you know what I mean, I could get through these very fast. I'm not planning to stay very long on these articles though, and we could move on to the next confederation. That would be CONMEBOL, the South American Confederation. So look, let's just go up here where all the teams are, you know what I mean, pictured, and I have a few articles to share with you. How's everybody feeling? Make sure you smash up the thumbs up button for the live stream. Remember, these live streams are comprehensive. They go through each and every confederation, each and every game. We are not in a rush, and we are taking our time, and we are talking about each and every game, each and every confederation, until we get to the last one, and then we, you know, come back tomorrow again. So that's just what I've been doing, man. You know what I mean? Yeah. Let's go. I have a few articles to share with you, and the first one is on Mehdi Taremi. So I'm gonna have to actually just locate that really quick. Okay, I have a lot of things to share with you. I can't share all of them today, but I'll get through as many as I can. Got to look at some squads and, you know what I mean, all these good stuff. All right, so bear with me a second. Right, I hate when I'm actually doing this. I can't find my shit. Really do. But Mehdi Taremi was left out of the Iranian team because of an ongoing rift with the current manager. So he'll be a big miss. Definitely will be a big miss. But Iran does have the depth. To cope. And hopefully it's not a mistake made by the national team manager in leaving out Mehdi Taremi. So let me just do a quick search for this because, you know what I mean, freaking things are, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack here. So, yeah. Just get that really quick. All right. Okay, so, yeah. I have a quote here from, all right. I found it. Let me see. Taremi says, "It's all just a big misunderstanding. I was not answering phone calls. I was not trying to avoid anyone on purpose. I was ready to join Team Melly camp for the upcoming qualifiers, and I'm still ready to join today if they ask me." All right, so let's have a Twitter. Porto striker Taremi dropped from Iran's World Cup qualifiers. Wow. All right, do have the article here. Let me just share the article with you really quick. Yeah, that took some time. And let's go. Let's do this. Let's see Mehdi Taremi, the very prolific Iranian striker pictured there. And the article reads, November 7th, Porto striker Mehdi Taremi has been left out of Iran's squad for the World Cup preliminaries against Lebanon and Syria in the coming days by coach Dragan Skokic. No reason has been given why Taremi, who scored 10 times this season for the Portuguese league leaders, was excluded from Skokic's 27-man squad, which will face the Lebanese on Thursday before taking on Syria 5 days later. Taremi's strike partnership with Sada Azmoun has been instrumental in the Iranians sitting on top of Group A of Asia's qualifiers for 2022 Qatar. Iran have 10 points from their first 4 games and are 2 points clear of South Korea, with only the first 2 finishers guaranteed to qualify for the finals. The Iranians hope to advance to a 3rd consecutive World Cup and the country's 6th in total. This is the squad named by Dragan Skokic right here, with standout names like Alireza Beranvan in goal. And you have Sadegh Moharami, former Dinamo Zagreb man there, in defense. Don't really know a lot of these defenders. But in the midfield, you have Alireza Jahanbakhsh, names coming back from the 2018 World Cup. You have Vahid Amiri, Saman Godos, who's been in good form at Brentford. You have, guys like Ali Goli Zadeh. These names are nice, Forwards in Karim Ansi Farad, Sada Azmoun. And these are the names I'm not very, familiar with. So, look, pretty much, a lot of new names in this squad from what I could tell. And the experience of Taremi would definitely be missed. But I think they'll have enough firepower to deal with Syria and Lebanon. Let us see if it's a mistake or if, Iran would be okay. So, yeah. All right, so I do have a few more things to share with you right now before we do move on. I don't want to get too deep into, these articles and then I'm lost and, what I'm saying? And then I'm about an hour into it and I'm only talked about Asia already. You see what I'm saying? So, look, I have an article to share with you, and it has to do with a player who's not currently participating in the World Cup qualifiers, but I just think that this is very important to share with you, just to commemorate some good work done by the boy Sunil Chetri, who becomes the first Indian footballer to receive Khel Ratna Award, which is the highest sporting award in India. First footballer to do so. And they recently won the South Asian Football Championship. And Sunil Chetri continue to be very, very, very impressive. He recently equaled Pele's international goal tally. And, the man is, ageless. He just keeps playing and playing. It seems like Sunil Chetri wants to hit 100 goals, though. Definitely. So, look, there's also been some news that the UAE will host next year's FIFA Club World Cup as well. And, we're talking about Asia, so we have to talk about the things and the latest developments that's going on over in the Asian Confederation. So I'm not going to get too deep into the Club World Cup just yet, and because we could go down a rabbit hole with that one as well. So, yeah, man. Yeah. So that's all we have for Asia. Not going to get too crazy. Really don't want to get too crazy with the Asian Confederation now. I'm going down these articles. I usually do this before the matches kick off, but I was on vacation. So if I was not on vacation, World Cup Qualifiers Daily would have started since Monday, and we would have run through all these articles. We would have taken our time. So by the time we get to the qualifiers and the matches themselves, we won't really have a lot to talk about. So 38 minutes, I think that's good enough in terms of talking about Asia. How's everybody in here doing right about now, man? Big up to you. You're the real deal. Thank you very much for coming through and supporting the thing. Big up to the boy Alejandro Loaiza in the house, particular individual. What do you think about Croatia? Croatia is a very good team. World Cup finalists, man. You know what I'm saying? But who knows? Could be a struggle to qualify for Qatar 2022. Or maybe they'll just breeze past Russia. It's left to be seen. We'll be talking about that today as well. We got games coming up between, Croatia and Malta tomorrow. So we are talking UEFA. So with that being said, guys, we are going to keep it moving. We got to go back and we got to talk about CONMEBOL, where we have games coming up tomorrow. So without further ado, let's get into that. Big up to everybody in the live stream, guys. Make sure you like the video. We need 15 more thumbs up to get to 50. We'll definitely appreciate 50 thumbs up in today's live stream. All right, so let's go. CONMEBOL, South American Confederation. 10 teams fight for 4 direct spots. The 5th place team goes into the Intercontinental Playoffs Finals. All right, so let's keep it moving. What we're going to do really quick, we're going to take a look at the table, the standings so far. And after we take a look at the standings, we will recap the games that happened in October. So 10 teams in CONMEBOL, and these are the standings so far. All right, let me make sure you guys could see what's going on there. All right, round robin. Each team will end up playing a total of 18 matches. We are 12 games through, with Argentina and Brazil playing one game less because of that suspended match. You remember that one? Big drama there. And look, let's take a time and let me make sure you guys are actually seeing this. All right, yeah, I want to make sure the whole table, you know, the points things. All right, that's a lot better, but still, you know what I mean? Venezuela is getting cut off at the bottom there. But look, Brazil on top with 31 points. And look, if Brazil do pick up a... Brazil have already qualified, really. 31 points is enough, but mathematically, they are not yet qualified, if you understand what I'm saying. Like, you know what I mean? You know, but with 34 points, if Brazil do get a win against Colombia tomorrow, Argentina, Uruguay do play on Friday, but we will talk about that today. If Brazil do pick up a win against Colombia, they will go up to 34 points, right? And with 6 games left, it means that Colombia could only, right now as things stand, could only get a maximum of 34 points. Uruguay could only get a maximum of 34 points. So if Brazil wins tomorrow, if they win the game tomorrow, they will automatically qualify. Also, if they end up drawing the game, they will qualify as well. So a winner or a draw gets Brazil in, because Colombia, if they draw their game, they will go up to 17 points with 5 left to play. 17 and, you know what I mean, 15, 33, right? 32. So, yeah, they will qualify directly with a draw. So Brazil, a draw or a win tomorrow, and I'm pretty sure they'll get one of either. They will book their place to Qatar. So let's take the time to congratulate Brazil in advance. Argentina, however, won't book a place on Friday if they win. They will get close, but it won't be mathematically impossible for them to get, you know, surpassed by about 4 other teams. Three other teams in Uruguay, Colombia, Ecuador, and yeah, pretty much 3 other teams. And Chile would have to keep winning for them to, you know, actually surpass Argentina mathematically. Ecuador 3rd with 17 points, Colombia 4th with 16, Uruguay 5th with 16. Chile, resurgent Chile, very resurgent. They have 13 points. I did not predict Chile to qualify for the World Cup, guys. But, guys, I won't take my eyes off Chile at all. Bolivia are also making things very interesting in CONMEBOL with some recent wins. They have 12. Paraguay has dropped off. They sacked their manager, Eduardo Berizzo, last month, and they have appointed a new manager. We'll get into that article pretty soon. We'll take a look at a few squads as well. Not going to get too crazy, but we would run through a few squads for the, you know, squads that I do have at hand. And you have Peru in 9th and Venezuela at the bottom. Venezuela, you know, they lose this game, they would have 15 available points to pick up, and right now it's 18 and 25, 18 and 7, 25 points won't be enough to qualify for the World Cup, but you never know. Never ever know. You could scrape into the playoffs with that. And if Venezuela fail to win their next game against Ecuador, Venezuela could kiss the 2022 World Cup goodbye. So that Brazil could qualify and Venezuela could be eliminated. So that's what the table looks like so far. Let's just do a quick recap of what went down in October. All right. So we had 3 match days in October. But I think we're only going to have 2 match days in November. So October 7th. Let me make sure I'm not getting anything wrong here. All right. October 7th. Uruguay 0, Colombia 0, Paraguay 0, Argentina 0. Good goalkeeping in both these games, though. That's what kept, Paraguay in that game. Definitely could remember that game, though. Venezuela 1, Brazil 3, Ecuador 3, Bolivia 0, Peru 2, Chile 0. Bolivia 1, Peru 0, Venezuela 2, Ecuador 1. That's a big let off there by Ecuador. Colombia 0, Brazil 0. These teams meet again. So it's basically a reverse of these fixtures that's coming up tomorrow and Friday. So I got my predictions. I hope you have yours and you're ready to make your predictions. Argentina beat Uruguay 3-0 there. And Chile beat Paraguay 2-0. So you have Bolivia beating Paraguay 4-0. And that definitely prompted the sacking of Berizzo. Colombia 0, Ecuador 0. That's a good point by Ecuador on the road. That game was very tense. A lot of VAR calls in that game. I could remember that game was very controversial. Argentina 1, Peru 0. Chile 3, Venezuela 0. Brazil 4, Uruguay 1. Uruguay has been very poor. They were very poor in the last international break. Oscar Tabarez, who is still in charge, is under some pressure. And there's questions being asked of the veteran manager. So November 11th, which is tomorrow, we got 4 games and 1 game coming up on Friday, November 12th. So, yeah. Let's get into these predictions. Ecuador versus Venezuela. I'm actually going to go for Ecuador to beat Venezuela 2-1. So if you guys have any predictions for that one, please let me know in the chat. Don't be shy. Let me know your predictions for Ecuador versus Venezuela. And big up to everybody. Big up to Luke Simpson in here. Big up to Palomo. Raz in the house. How you doing, Raz? Donovan McCrabb in the house. How you doing? How you doing? Saying Middle East football. Ha ha ha. What else we got here? Alejandro Loaiza in the house, man. Ecuadorian. Guys, make your predictions. Ecuador against Venezuela. Luke Simpson is saying 2-0. Palomo 2-1. I'm allowing you guys to make predictions today. You know what I mean? Usually, I just name out my predictions and I keep it moving. So, drop up the predictions in the chat, guys. Come on. Don't waste the opportunity. All right? It's an opportunity to get a shout out as well. Adnan, Niger, LFC TV, Nigerian fan, Liverpool fan, is saying 0-0. Christopher, 1-1. Alejandro, 3-1 to his boys. Raz, 1-1. What we got? We got Donovan McCrabb, 1-1. Ecuador will fall to 6th. I think Ecuador would actually win this game and they would continue to rise. You know what I mean? They would stay 3rd and put themselves in a very good position to qualify directly for the World Cup. I have Ecuador qualifying for the World Cup, though. I do. I can't remember if I have them. I think I have them going through to the playoffs. But the way they're playing right now, they win this game, they go up to 20 points. And I think 2 more wins would actually do the job for Ecuador. So for Ecuador, if you're wondering who they have to play next, their remaining games, they did have a friendly against Mexico on the 27th of October. Didn't actually tune into that game, but Ecuador won the game 3-2 with Roberto Alvarado scoring for Mexico and Osvaldo Rodriguez, and Ecuador scorers Johnny Quinones, Yane Alman, and Walter Chala. So yeah, I knew that game was gonna happen, but didn't get a chance to actually tune into it. Didn't even remember it was playing. So yeah, you know, these friendlies that goes on during the, in while the international break is not on. It's very weird, you know. They have those that happen, but you know, with second string teams and all of that. But yeah, that was a good warm-up game for Ecuador there. So they play Venezuela. Their remaining matches would be against Chile, Brazil, Peru, Paraguay, and Argentina. If they could pick up points against Paraguay, Peru, and Chile and Venezuela, 4 games to get about 10 points, you know, it is quite possible. Would be difficult to get something from the Brazil game and the Argentina game, even though both those games will be on Ecuadorian soil. So all the best to Ecuador, very, very progressive these days. So the next game, Paraguay versus Chile. I actually have Chile, who has been very resurgent. Guys like Ben Brereton has been playing well. Arturo Vidal. You know, Eric Pulgar has looked good. I'm going to go for them to win the game 1-0. Paraguay will be under new manager. And his name is Guillermo Barros Chilato, an Argentinian. I think he's Argentinian. And I will get to that article pretty soon. I think Chile are going to get the better of Paraguay here. Guys like Miguel Almiron and Cole, you know, Antonio Sanabria, etc., etc. The Romero brothers come to mind. Look, Chile 1, Paraguay 0. My final prediction. Let me know your predictions, guys. So Sydney football. Anyone in here heading to the Socceroos game tonight? More than 2 years without a home match should be wild. All right, so I was asking you earlier. I think you had left. I was asking you if there would be fans, and now you've confirmed there would be fans. Big up to Chelsea Perspective in the house. Chelsea Perspective, I gotta hit you up to get you on to talk Chelsea in the future when I have my Premier League live streams. It would only be for 25 minutes tops, though, just so you know. So, you know what I mean? We were supposed to do something already, but, you know, I want to talk to the Chelsea fans. You know, Chelsea fans are very, 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 you know, confident these days, especially after winning that Champions League. You know, very confident. You can't talk to these Chelsea fans these days. You know what I mean? But yeah, big up, man. Big up. So, sorry, man, was on a Zoom meeting for work. It's okay, man. Work first. Right. So, he used to play for Columbus Crew. Yeah, I'm not really an MLS guy, so I don't know. So, Deselen, hey, Dom. Hope you get your craze on again on our Belgium team at Qatar. I don't know about that, man. I don't know. Belgium has been very disappointing. See what I'm saying? Very, very disappointing, man. Disappointed me at the World Cup and, you know, most likely will disappoint me again. So I might actually have to pick another team to back. Anyways, let us go. Let us go. I'm actually gonna pick a team out of a hat. If the USA will be at the World Cup though, so you know, I guess I'll go with the USA. I live in the USA. I'm wearing the US colors right now. Anyways, so I think I'll go with the USA. Guys, we need 6 more thumbs up to get to 50. Let's get it. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. So, guys, what are your predictions, man? Chile versus Paraguay. What you got? What do you got? Drop it. Drop the predictions in the chat here right about now. All right. So, let me see. Yeah, do that. Pick a team out of a hat. Yeah, I might just do that. I don't know. I might go for the USA. I live in the USA. I'm actually American, you know, by naturalization. So, I might go for my naturalized country. Chile wins, Dr. Negative 2-1. Raz, Chile 2-1. What else we got, guys? Going once, going twice. Come with your predictions or I'm going to move right on to the next game. You know what? You guys are wasting my time. Danny, 2-0. We got the game between Brazil and Colombia coming up. Kevin Morris, bro. Thank you very much for dropping a prediction. 1-1. Brazil versus Colombia. Look, Brazil versus Colombia. What happened in the last game? You know, Brazil, Colombia. it was a 0-0 draw. This time around, I'm going for Brazil to win the match 2-0 on home soil. Okay? So 2-0 to Brazil. They will directly qualify for Qatar after this game. Big celebrations. There will be a carnival in Rio after this match. And yeah, pretty much wrap for qualifiers where Brazil could then experiment and, you know, make a few stars by giving them some caps and things like that. You know what I mean? So big up to Brazil, man. They've been very good on the Tite. And they've always had some spectacular players, some really good teams. But it's about time they win a freaking World Cup again. Last time, 2002. They did win it in 94 and 2002. But, you know, 06, they didn't win it. 10, 14 on home soil. They got embarrassed by Germany. Who could forget that one? And in 2018, they got knocked out by Belgium. And guys, for the 2018 World Cup, you could go and relive some of those memories where I predicted and reacted to every single match of the tournament. My plan for the 2022 World Cup is to take 2 weeks off from work for that tournament. And that is a big sacrifice, which means I'm sacrificing a vacation, because I will usually take a vacation in November, but I'm going to take 2, and I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying home to watch World Cup games, to predict, preview, and react and go live to games. One trick I missed for the 2018 World Cup, I didn't go live a lot. Only a few live streams I did for the 2018 World Cup. But I went hard, man. I went hard, and it really helped to grow my channel. My channel actually blew up after the World Cup. I started the channel in 2017. It blew up after the 2018 World Cup. And let's see what will happen after the 2022 event, where I'm hoping to be bigger and better than I was in 2018. You know, so share your predictions for the Brazil-Colombia game, please. Thank you very much. Kevin Morris, 2-0. What we got here? 3-0, Josh Reese. 4-2, Donovan McCrabb. Diego Palace. Thank you. 1-0 to Colombia. Woo. What a prediction. Could happen, but I doubt. Brazil is still unbeaten. Adnan, 3-1 to Brazil. And we have Dr. Negative, 3-1. We got a late prediction here. 2-1 to Chile. And what else we got here in terms of predictions? Guys, drop up the predictions in the chat. 3-1 to Danny. Mr. Victor Kirstich. 3-1 to Brazil. 0-0 says Palomo. What else we got here? John Reese. Brazil going to go crazy if they don't win in 2022. Well, it's going to be very difficult, man. Got a lot of good teams that's going to be at the World Cup. Going to be very difficult to win it. It's very hard to put my money on a winner. But when we get to the final 32, a lot of videos in terms of favorites and dark horses and tier lists and predictions and things like that are gonna get done. All right, so yeah, let's keep it moving though. Let's keep it moving. We've been doing very well, very good progress so far. And the next game is Peru versus Bolivia. For this one, I'm gonna go for a 1-1 draw. Just for a reminder of what happened the last time these two teams met. Peru, Bolivia, it ended in a 1-0 win at home for Bolivia. All right, I'm gonna go for a 1-1 draw this time around. I'm gonna give Peru, you know, show them some respect there, and I think they're gonna get a point. Bolivia has been playing some really good football though, so also got to give them some respect. So 1-1 draw. Any predictions, please drop it in the chat. Big up to the boy. Let me see. look at this guy. Look at this guy. No camo. Bro, you don't even talk about Asian World Cup qualifiers anymore. Look at this dude. Bro, listen. Stop your nonsense. You're late. I've already done that. Just scroll back, you know what I mean? Rewind the thing and watch back the Asian section if you want. Stop accusing me of not doing the things that I've already done, okay? I don't like that. Kevin Morris, 1-1 draw, 2-1 to Peru. Luke Simpson, 2-1 to Peru as well. We got Bolivia saying 1-1. Yeah, Chris. Yeah, you know what I mean? I don't know. 2-1. Bolivia will return to the World Cup for the first time since 1994. I don't know about that, but that'll be awesome. That'll definitely be awesome for Bolivian football. Right, so Paloma is saying 3-2 Thriller for Peru. And yeah, that's the predictions. Guys, we have one more game in South America before we take a look at some news and some squads, all right? So, Uruguay versus Argentina. I'm going to go for Argentina to beat Uruguay once again. This time, 2-1. These teams are neighbors and very fierce rivalry between these two light blue, sky blue teams. Messi involved, maybe. I doubt, but he's injured right now, but I think they want to get him involved in a second match. So let's see how that works out. I'm going to go for Argentina to win the game 2-1 though. So we have Steve saying 2-1 to Brazil. Victor Kirstich 3-1 to Argentina. You know, drop your predictions, guys. But in the meantime, between time, let's see what's coming up next Tuesday. Bolivia versus Uruguay, Venezuela versus Peru, Colombia versus Paraguay, Argentina versus Brazil. Ha! That's a big one coming up next Tuesday. I'll be back at work, though. Definitely will be back at work. But I'll be home. My wife will be off. But I'll be back at work in the morning. So I want to watch that game. Definitely want to watch that game. Chile play Ecuador. And we won't have games again until Wednesday, January 26th. All right? So, yeah, where there have to be another game between Argentina and Brazil. That one's not scheduled yet. You know what I'm saying? A lot of games left. There have to be a makeup fixture between those two teams. I don't know if that's the... I think that might... Is that the makeup fixture? Let me see if that's the makeup fixture. Argentina, Brazil. Yeah, that might actually be the makeup game, you know. Yeah, that might be the game. Yeah, that's the game. Yeah, that's the game. I think that's the game. Argentina and Brazil played already? Did they play already earlier? Let me just see something. Can't remember, though. Can't remember. We were supposed to play. The game got suspended. Yeah, that game isn't on here yet. So, they haven't met yet. Haven't met yet. That game, they have to play each other twice. But that game, which was this game, has to be rescheduled. That has to be rescheduled. So, the game coming up, Argentina-Brazil, will be a game in Argentina. Yep, hosted by Argentina. The home game for Brazil will have to be, you know, rescheduled for another time. Or whatever they decide to do with that one. But it will be inconsequential. Where when Argentina do meet Brazil next week, Brazil should already be qualified to the World Cup. But it's still going to be a big game because Brazil don't want to lose to Argentina at all. So, yeah. That does it for CONMEBOL predictions. CONMEBOL predictions there. And that's all 10 teams. We do have a few news articles to go through where Lucas Verissimo of Benfica, the defender, has, I think he pulled an ACL and he will be out for the rest of the season. So with Verissimo out, Gabriel Magalhaes of Arsenal was called up to replace him. So that's just some, you know, updates there. And we do have to take a look at the Brazil squad. You know, I didn't have anything on the Brazil squad, any picture to share with you. But they usually do share their squad on Twitter with some nice, you know what I mean? Very nice little graphics and things. So I'm gonna have to actually, you know, find that and share that with you. But yeah, Brazil squad's always a good squad, man. All right, we got the squad here. I got the squad, and I'm gonna share the squad with you. Let me just save this image and then re-upload it, and then I'm gonna get a really nice picture to share with you for the Brazil squad. All right, I wanna share it in that way. All right, let's do this. Brazil squad right there. Let's go. Let's go. I have to upload a few more. That's the Brazil squad, guys, for the matches coming up against Colombia and Argentina. Alisson, Edison, Chapeco. Other goalkeepers, we have Danilo, Emerson Royal, Alexandro Renalodi as the fullbacks. Eder Militao, Lucas Verissimo, who I just talked about, now replaced by Gabriel Magalhães. Verissimo is out for the rest of the season. Marquinhos, what a player. Thiago Silva, what a player. Veteran. Thiago Silva, along with Casemiro, Fabinho. Fred, the boy Fred makes the cut. Gerson, who's now playing in Ligue 1. I think he's with Lyon. I think it's Marseille. He's with Marseille, formerly of Flamengo. Lucas Paqueta, what a player, man. This guy starts almost every game for Brazil. We have Philip Coutinho. Coutinho. Was Coutinho in the mix last time around? I don't think so, you know. But Coutinho is there. Gabriel Jesus. Roberto Firmino named in the squad, but he has now dropped out the squad and replaced by Vinicius Jr., who did come out and say he's very sad when the squad comes out and he's not in the team, but he still puts out the best effort to, you know. And he got his wish. He's in the team. Anthony of Ajax, what a player, man. What an emerging player. And he's already a star, but he'll be bigger. He'll move on to you know, another club. I don't want to say bigger club because Ajax are a big club. Mateus Cunha, Atletico Madrid. Neymar Jr. And one of the most exciting players in world football these days, Rafinha. Anthony and Rafinha would be highly sorted players next summer. It's kind of sad to see Everton, you know, Cebolinha miss out. Former Gremio man now plays for Benfica. I don't think his career has really, you know, kicked on, you know, since his move to Benfica. Maybe he needs to switch clubs. See what I mean? And that's Tite's squad for the upcoming games. And I think Brazil will make it, you know, directly after beating or drawing against Colombia tomorrow. So, yeah. There's also talks of Messi and Leandro Paredes in the Argentinian squad. And that was against PSG's wishes. And PSG has been complaining and saying they don't understand how, you know, they have players who are not fully fit and they get called up and they can't do anything about it. And they were actually, you know, crying to FIFA about the whole situation. Just in a nutshell. We do have to take a look at the Argentina squad. Before we have a few squads to actually look at, though. You know what I mean? Let me actually download a few of these. You know, I have a squad from Venezuela squad to look at. So what we're going to be doing, we're going to be looking at the Venezuela squad in the meantime, you know, while I locate the Argentina squad for you. And that's the Venezuela squad. You could hardly see anything on this thing, you know. So let me see if I could get something a lot better for you, you know, in terms of the Venezuela squad. Let's go over to Twitter and let's use this. Is this a lot better? No, not better. Let's zoom. Not better. Not better at all. It's small. I don't know why they made it this little, you know. It is little. It is really little. I don't think you guys are actually seeing the players there, though. I don't think. This is actually bigger. That is actually a lot bigger. But it's still small. Still small. Guys, don't forget we need 5 more likes to get to 50. Make sure you hit the thumbs up button. Do appreciate that. The squad reads Rafael Romo, Yoel Graterol, Wilka Farinez as the goalkeepers, Roberto Rosales, Ronald Hernandez, Jeffrey Vargas, Jordan Osario, Adrian Martinez, Christian Macun, Nahuel Fararesi, Daniel Carrillo, Oscar Gonzalez. I don't know these Venezuelan players that well, and I am not supposed to. I know a few of them, but these guys are not that good. Thomas Rincon, names that I recognize, Jose Martinez, Junior Moreno, Christian Cáceres Jr., I do know, Edson Castillo, Darwin Machis, I do know, Edward Bello. This player with the big hair, you got to be on the lookout for this guy. This guy's nice. No Jefferson Saltado in the squad, though. That's a big miss. We have Jefferson Savarino, Luis Gonzalez, Brian Hurtado, Eric Ramirez, Jan Hurtado, Fernando Areste Gurrieta, and Salomon Rondon. So, yeah, Leonardo Gonzalez leads the squad. So, yeah, it feels strange talking about this Venezuelan team, to be honest, though. Gotta just keep it real because 90% of these guys, never heard of them. Never, ever heard of them. And I know you guys would be like, Dom, you never heard of these guys? Yeah, I never heard of these guys, man. These guys, you know, they're pretty much eliminated already. And I think the manager is just giving opportunities to, you know, some French players, if you ask me. So, let me look at a few more of these squads. I do have quite a few of these squads to share with y'all. And let me just find the squads really quick. All right, so, yeah. So, the article that I was talking about did read from La Parisienne. Messi and Paredes are in the Argentinian national team without PSG's permission while injured. PSG annoyed that they have no say. They tried to take the matter to FIFA without any success. So, yeah, that's a thing, man. That is a thing. That is a thing. But how could PSG expect Messi to just forget about Argentina? That's his blood. You see what I'm saying? So, this is the Uruguayan squad, guys. Take a look at the Uruguayan squad really quick before we do move on. That's a Uruguayan squad. Let me see if I could actually upload another picture, a better looking picture here. All right, the Uruguayan squad for you. All right, that looks much better, guys. That's the Uruguayan squad for you. Guys, bear with me, please. This is what these streams are all about. You got to be patient with me, you know, and we got to take our time and actually, you know, analyze these things. All right, so you got Fernando Muslera, who has been in the team since the 2010 World Cup. See what I'm saying? He was a goalkeeper in that game against Ghana. Martin Campana and Kevin Dawson, Diego Godin, Jose Maria Jimenez leads the, you know, backline. Sebastian Coates have been good for Sporting these days. Ronald Arroyo, the young Barcelona man. Martin Cáceres still around. Damian Suarez, Giovanni Gonzalez, Joaquin Piqueres, Lucas Torreira, Rodrigo Bentanco, and Mateus Vecino all returned from the 2018 World Cup squad. You got guys like Mauro Arambari. Don't know these guys that well. Fernando Gorriarán. Don't know this guy as well. Nahitan Nandez, 2018 World Cup squad. Brian Rodriguez, Gaston Pereiro, Manuel Ugarte. And the front line, Jonathan Rodriguez, Agustin Alvarez, Facundo Torres. Some youngsters coming through along with Darwin Nunez and Luis Suarez. No Edinson Cavani in the squad. He's out injured. Oscar Tabarez, the age of about 74, 75, I think. Still in charge. Could hardly walk. And that's a Uruguayan squad. Guys, are we going to see Uruguay back at the 2022 World Cup? I think they might just scrape through. Just. I actually have a Uruguayan national team jersey that I sported for my 2018 World Cup videos. One of my first national team jerseys I ever had. It's very tight. It was tight in 2018, and I don't think I'll be able to fit into it now because I've gotten really fat. Just keeping it real. I've gotten really fat, man. I shouldn't use the word fat. I shouldn't fat shame myself. I should say I'm overweight. Overweight these days. Very, very overweight. So, look, let me get back on screen, man. Let me get back on screen. You know, I know you guys miss me. You miss me, right? I know you miss me. Don't lie. I know you miss me. Oh, this picture-in-picture is actually better, you know, for clarity. So we could do that one or we could do this one. But yeah, let's do this one for now. Big up to everybody in the chat. Make sure you guys like the video. We need 5 more thumbs up to hit 50. We're on CONMEBOL. We got to go through CAF and we got to talk UEFA as well. CAF shouldn't take forever. UEFA shouldn't take forever. We're an hour 15 minutes in. It's still early. We're taking our time. We're cruising, man. We're cruising. Big up to the boy Mike in the house. How are you doing? Good morning. Best time of the month. Covering the World Cup qualifiers. Should be entertaining and stressful couple of days. Boy, oh boy, football fair. I didn't know you were still in here, bro. Didn't know you were still in here. You know, Football Fair and I have never went live. I would love to get us in a live stream sometime in the future. All right, so big up to Phil Jones when Rondon is your star player. You know, it's below average squad. I know, right? I know. So, yeah, man. Football Fair. Brazil will get its first loss of the qualifiers versus Argentina. But they will qualify by then after beating Colombia. Yeah, man. Yeah, you on point with that one. Definitely on point with that one. So, vamos Uruguay, carajo. All right, so we do have a few more squads, you know, that I want to get through here. I'm looking through some squads. I still haven't bounced into the Argentina squad, you know. I have to clean up my article list. But just going down here, I will, you know. All right, okay, got it. Got the Argentina squad for y'all. And about to share that one with you right now. So let's go with the Argentina squad. There's been a few new call-ups, and this is the Argentina squad, guys. Clear as day. Argentina squad. Is this better? Nah, this is much better. But I could also, you know, I could also pull it up. I could pull it up for you guys, you know, bigger. You know, they say bigger is better. You know what I'm saying? I just came from Miami. I know what I'm saying. So this is the Argentina squad right there with a few new names on the list. So the new names include Thiago Almada, who just moved to Atlanta United. You have guys like Zeballos, Medina, Sule, Avila, Gomez, Fernandez, Simon, Gert. So look, let's take a, I don't know why this thing went. Why did you go back? Okay, let's go. Let's take a look at the list. Franco Armani, Emi Martinez, Juan Musso, the goalkeepers, Nahuel Molina, Gonzalo Montiel right back there. And they also have the teams that they play for. Christian Romero, Tottenham, German Petzela, Betis, Nicolas Otamendi of Benfica, Lucas Martinez Cuarta of Fiorentina, Nicolas Tagliafico, Ajax, Marcos Acuna, Sevilla, Guido Rodriguez of Betis. We have Leandro Paredes of PSG, Lisandro Martinez of Ajax, Enzo Fernandez, River Plate, Rodrigo de Paul, Atletico Madrid, Ezequiel Palacios, Bayer Leverkusen. You got the likes of Giovanni Lo Celso of Tottenham, Nicolas Dominguez of Bologna, Angel Di Maria, PSG. Lionel Messi, the great of PSG. Angel Correa, Atletico Madrid. Lautaro Martinez of Inter. Paulo Dybala, Juventus. Julian Alvarez of River Plate. These are the younger players. Nicolas Gonzalez, Fiorentina. Joaquin Correa of Inter. Thiago Almada of Vélez will be playing for Atlanta United pretty soon. Santiago Simon of River Plate. Ezequiel Zeballos of Boca Juniors. Christian Medina of Boca Juniors. Matias Sule of Juventus. Never heard of this guy, but probably a youngster. Gaston Avila of Rosario Central. And Federico Gomez Gert of Tigre. So this is the Argentinian squad. Very, very deep. Lionel Scaloni is in charge, and it's going to be very difficult to beat this team, man. This team is good. This team is good, and even probably good enough to win the 2022 World Cup. I know some of you guys have Argentina as your favorites, and not a bad thing at all. They're damn good, man. Damn good team. Damn good team. So, look, got a few more squads I want to talk about. Also, the Colombian squad would be without Radamel Falcao. He is injured. And I do have the Colombian squad to share with you. It's a weird graphic, but let me share that one with you right now. Very weird looking graphic. But that's the squad right there. You can't even see a goddamn thing. See what I'm saying? Weird. So let me get that uploaded. See if it'll be a lot more legible. But that's a Colombian squad for you right there. You could hardly see anything there. Hardly see anything, man. It's very blurry. Very blurry. But anyways, let me enlighten you. Yerson Candelo, Atlético Nacional, Colombian team. Yema Gomez, Seattle Sounders. Jairo Moreno, Pachuca, Mexico. Wilmar Barrios of Zenit. William Tecillo of Club Leon, Mexico, Mexican club. Victor Cantillo, Corinthians. Squad kind of light there, though. Sebastian Gomez, Atlético Nacional, Colombian club. Roger Martinez of Club America. Roger Martinez is a star boy. Okay, that's a lot better. That's a lot better, right? Let me hide this one. This one is a lot better there. I just zoomed it. That's a lot better. Look, you got the likes of Rafael Santos Borre of Eintracht Frankfurt, Oscar Murillo, Pachuca, Miguel Boya, Gremio. These guys are, very talented players in this team. Luis Muriel of Atalanta, Luis Diaz. Luis Diaz is the best thing in Colombia these days. Luis Diaz, best thing. And if you want to put together top 5 wingers, that'll be in high demand next summer. You have Anthony, you have the likes of Rafinha, Brazil, and you put Luis Diaz on that list. You see what I'm saying? These guys are nice. Juan Cuadrado still around at Juventus, and I did read he's about to extend his contract as well. Juan Cuadrado looks like a player that could play until he's 40. Johan Mojica of Elche, fullback there. Johan Lucimi of Genk. Jefferson Lerma of Bournemouth. James Rodriguez of Al Rayyan back in the damn team. Gustavo Quilla, Falcao Garcia, Duvan Zapata, the beast from Atalanta, Diego Voyales, Davinson Sanchez, David Ospina, Daniel Munoz of Genk, fullback there, Cristian Arango, LAFC, Camilo Vargas, Atlas, and Andres Mosquera, Independiente Medellin. So that's the Colombian squad for you guys right there. And, we have any more squad? I think I have the Peruvian squad I could look at. And, yeah, that's about it. I'm not going to go through all the squads, but just thought I'd share these squads with you, you know what I'm saying? Rich squad. We're talking about squads, right? Anyways, yeah. Gotta just find this article on the Paraguayan manager, the new Paraguayan manager. And we talk about that a bit before we move on. So, yeah. So we got something here on Peru. We got something there on Peru. And we're going to just share this one from Peru. And then we're going to move on. All right. So bear with me, guys. We're not here to run through and rush things. We're going to take our time. So that's the Peruvian squad for you right there. It's the Peruvian squad. What? Where's the other freaking... Whoa. I need some more. I need some more teams, man. That's only... All right. All right. Defenders. All right. So... All right. We need more. We need more from this. This is not enough. All right. I do have the rest. I was like, God damn. You know, when you're not paying attention, I do have the other pictures. I will download those and I will upload the other picture for you. So this is the first set of players. The defense, Pedro Galles. The goalkeeper, Orlando City. Don't want to go through the whole team, but names that I'm familiar with. Luis Advincula, Boca Juniors. He's been around for a while. Luis Abram, Granada. You have Christian Ramos, Club UCV. You have Miguel Traco, Saint Etienne. Carlos Zambrano of Boca Juniors. These are the, familiar names. Alexander Cayens, New York City FC there. So let me upload the midfielders of the picture for you there. Let me make sure this is the right picture. All right, get this up. Peru was still very much in contention. And the midfield players, Christian Cueva, standout. Got Yoshima Yutun. Standout players, Renato Tapia as well in the midfield. Up top, Jefferson Farfan, Alex Valera, and Gianluca Lapadula, who is Italian but plays for the Peruvian national team there. So where is Paulo Guerrero? Not in the team. Paulo Guerrero, not in the team these days. He featured in a few squads, but not in the games for November. So, look, I think that's it in terms of the squads. Don't want to bore you with the squads anymore. But, yeah, it is necessary, though. So, yeah, let me just find this article on the new Paraguayan coach. Should actually talk about the Paraguayan squad as well, but yeah. All right, so Guillermo Barros Chileto will now be the new manager of the Paraguay national team. So I do have something from Twitter here, from the Paraguay Twitter. So let's go over to the Paraguayan Twitter and I'll share this with you, and let's see if we find something on the squad over there as well. So this is it. This is it right there. Let's go. I like this picture in picture though, you know what I mean? Makes everything a lot bigger. That's why I love to use StreamYard. Before, I never used StreamYard, but StreamYard is a shit, man. Guys, we need 2 more thumbs up to get to 50. Make sure you hit the thumbs up button. We'll definitely appreciate that. So, bienvenido, Guillermo Barros Chilato. Gotta say the name properly. Guillermo Barros Chilato es el nuevo entrenador de la Albiroja, Paraguay. So, let's see if we actually find anything on the Paraguayan Twitter in terms of the squad. So we got Hoy, Huregala, Albiroja, yeah. Right, so see the players training. Ready for the qualifiers. Let's go. Let's find the squad. We should find something on the squad here. And they tweet a lot though. Definitely tweet a lot. And let's see the first squad that Shalato called up. They do tweet out a lot of things, and very difficult to find a squad right now on, Paraguay. Damn. Paraguay. Find nothing here. Jesus Lord. They should have that. They should have it actually. Okay, we got it. We got it. You know what I mean? A little bit of patience. You know, that's all you need. That's all you need. That's all you need. I know you guys are saying, God damn it, Dom. Damn it, damn. Just freaking, you know, bored us to hell during the South American segment. But guys, it's necessary, man. Things are difficult to locate. What do you want me to do? So that's what the squad looks like. Anthony Silva in goal. He was brilliant against Argentina. We need some more good performances from him. They have Angel Romero and Alejandro Romero. The, you know, Oscar Romero and Angel Romero. That's the brothers, the twin brothers. Alejandro Romero. That's isn't that Kaku? That's Kaku, man. That's my boy Kaku. How am I not recognizing my boy Kaku? That's Kaku there. Definitely Kaku. You see what I'm saying? Guys, am I right? That's Kaku, right? My boy Kaku. Oh, man. Let me make sure I get his name right, man. Kaku, you need to step up, bro. You definitely need to step up. Kaku, Paraguay. Yeah, Alejandro Romero is his real name. Need to step up, bro. They also have, let me see. Damn. Antonio Sanabria, Miguel Almiron. So they do have a few good players that could actually help them, you know what I mean? But most of the squad is pretty much, you know what I mean, okay. Fabian Balbuena in the back brings the experience as well. You know, not going to get too deep into this team. But, yeah, Guillermo Barros Schelotto, his first national team called up there. So we covered everything South America that I actually wanted to cover. So with that being said, guys, we are going to move over to Africa. And we are going to talk African World Cup qualifiers. Okay? So I think that was a pretty comprehensive coverage of South America. And we did Asia already. And now we're going to go back and talk about CAF. You see what I'm saying? And after we talk about CAF, we're going to wind down and we're going to talk about Europe, where we have games coming up tomorrow. And I'll give you my predictions for those as well. You see what I'm saying, guys? Remember, these live streams, no pressure. Sometimes I get pretty caught up and I'm looking for things that I can't find. And yeah, if you don't have the experience, you could mess up the live stream a bit. You know what I mean? You do lose people when you do that, but it's all good, man. The real ones would always stick around throughout the good times and the bad. So Mike is saying Schelotto is a good manager, but got a huge task ahead of him. Definitely, man. Definitely. Mike, bro, you should try this picture-in-picture feature, the new one. This is nice. You see when I put up the thing, it just jumps up ahead of it. This is actually a nice feature that they just introduced in StreamYard, though. So, yeah. Yeah, let's continue. Africa, man. Africa unite. Let's go. Africa. We are currently in round 2, where 2 teams have already booked their place into round 3, being Morocco and Senegal. So these are the teams remaining. 10 teams grouped, 40 teams grouped into 10 groups of 4. The top teams from each group will move into the 3rd round. And they will then be drawn, you know, seeded teams will join against the other teams. And then they play home and away. And the winners will directly qualify. Very brutal format there. And these are all the 40 teams remaining in African World Cup qualifiers. So what we're going to be doing, we have games from Group E, G, H, and J coming up. So we're going to take a look at the groups and the standings in those groups so far. We could go through all the groups and then we'll just do a recap of what happened in October really quick. And then we're going to keep it moving with the predictions, okay? So, look, just to do a quick update on permutations. Group A, Algeria and Burkina Faso are the only two teams alive in Group A, and they would scrap it out for the one direct place into the third round. All right, so this is going to be a very, very, very tense finish in Group A. And we don't have any games from Group A, so we won't be getting too deep into the Group A permutations today. But whenever we have the games between, the Algeria and the Burkina Faso games, where both teams do have to play each other, we're going to be discussing that. So let's keep it moving. Group B, Tunisia and Equatorial Guinea are leading the charge, with Tunisia the favorites to make it through to the third round. Zambia and Mauritania are pretty much out of it. Nigeria on top of Group C, with Cape Verde still alive. Central African Republic still alive, but Liberia eliminated. Pretty much eliminated. So Nigeria are the favorites to come through here, but Cape Verde, they would want to make things very, very interesting. And yet again, no game tomorrow coming up from this group. Group D, Ivory Coast leads the group with Cameroon second. Malawi and Mozambique have both been eliminated. So it's between Cameroon and Ivory Coast for that one direct spot into the third round. We move into Group E, where we do have matches coming up tomorrow. We do have Uganda playing Kenya, and we have Rwanda playing against Mali. So what I should do, I should just go ahead and give you guys predictions while I'm at the groups, right? So I should just do that instead of going up to the games and things like that. Just get it done one time. Let's just no, you know what? I have to go over the games, so let's not do that. So Mali on 10 points, Uganda on 8. Kenya eliminated, Rwanda eliminated. So it's between Uganda and Mali for the direct spot into the third round. We will talk about these games when I'm done the recap of the table and the October games. Group F, we won't be getting any Group F matches tomorrow. But Egypt are pretty much, pretty much through. But not mathematically through. Libya are the only team that could actually leapfrog Egypt, as, Gabon and Angola pretty much out. Angola for sure. Gabon could get 10 points like Egypt, but I don't think they're actually going to leapfrog Egypt in the table. Group G, where we have games coming up tomorrow between Ethiopia and Ghana. South Africa do play the eliminated Zimbabwe. And Ethiopia also eliminated as well. So it's between South Africa and Ghana in this group. And they have to play each other in November as well. So we'll talk about this some more. Get your predictions ready to share with everybody in here. So guys, we do have one more like to get to 50. Smash the thumbs up button if you will. If you wish, we'll definitely appreciate that, man. Big up to the boy Philip M in the house. Jay Cutler, who says, I really hate the format of the official FIFA page. Me too, man. Me too. It's absolutely ridiculously horrible. Been talking about it for a while. Thanks for actually agreeing with that one. Terrible. But anyways, you got to deal with what you got, man. Group H, we got games coming up from Group H. Senegal are already through, so these games are pretty much dead rubbers coming up in Group H, where teams could rotate and do their things, and you know what I mean? But it's still important in terms of winning to get that, to keep your FIFA rankings good, And talk about FIFA rankings. That's something I could actually look at in a future episode. So Group H already decided. And Group I already decided, where Morocco has brushed aside Guinea-Bissau, Guinea, and Sudan. So Morocco are through to the next round, along with Senegal. Those are the only two teams who have already booked their place to the third and final round. Group J, final group. We got games coming up tomorrow between Tanzania and Congo DR. Benin will play Madagascar. So this is the group of life. This is definitely the group of life where all teams are still alive and well. with Madagascar having the biggest disadvantage. But Tanzania and Benin up at the top, tied on 7 points apiece. And Congo DR, who were the favorites to come through on 5 points, been quite disappointing with 2 draws and a loss. Benin right now, they got the advantage because they play the weakest team in the group in Madagascar. Congo DR, I think, lost their last game against Madagascar, if I'm not mistaken there, while Tanzania and Benin beat each other in their own stadiums. So, in opposite stadiums. Well, Benin beat Tanzania on the road and Tanzania beat Benin on the road. So, yeah, but Congo DR has definitely been the most disappointing team. It'll be crazy if Madagascar could pull a comeback and let's say they beat Benin, go up to 6 points, and let's say the game between Tanzania and Congo DR ends in a draw, right? And then the final game, could decide things. It'll be crazy in Group J though. But with that being said, let's do a quick recap. Let's do a quick recap of what happened in October. Let's do that, man. Let's do that. So, yeah. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. Definitely make it happen. So, let's go back. Let's just scroll back here. October. Let's go through all the October games and, just do a quick refresher of what went down. A lot of games to go through, but that's what these live streams are all about, to keep you up to date with World Cup qualifiers. Everything World Cup qualifiers. Sudan 1, Guinea 1, Group I. Another Group I game, Morocco 5, Guinea-Bissau 0. Group J fixture here, Tanzania 0, Benin 1, Congo 2, Madagascar 0, and that was at home for Congo. There were double headers where teams played each other twice in October, which was very interesting, like the Champions League. Liberia 1, not Ivory Coast, but Cape Verde. Come on, focus. Cape Verde 2, knocked out Liberia, potentially. Equatorial Guinea 2, Zambia 0. I've been disappointed with Zambia. Expected them to do a lot better, but they have been very disappointing. Uganda 1, Rwanda 0. Rwanda knocked out. Uganda still alive. Big shock last month. Central African Republic beating Nigeria. They could have wrapped up this group already, but they're losing to Central African Republic, which is very disappointing. Tunisia 3, Mauritania 0. Mali 5, Kenya 0. Kenya eliminated. You go on to Cote d'Ivoire 3, Malawi 0. Malawi already out. Cameroon 3, Mozambique 1. Angola 3, Gabon 0. Listen, Gabon has been one of the most disappointing teams of African World Cup qualifiers so far. Algeria 6, Niger 1. Algeria should, they should, but Burkina Faso would have something to say, where they did beat Djibouti 4-0. Egypt 1, Libya 0. You go on to Saturday, October 9th. Guinea 2, Sudan 2. Very disappointing result for Guinea. Ethiopia 1, South Africa 3. South Africa has been very, very good, though. They're one of the surprise teams after missing the AFCON. They've been doing well in World Cup qualifiers. Togo 1, Congo 1. I expected Congo to do a lot better, but they have been poor. Ghana 3, Zimbabwe 1. Big up to the boy, Kamaldeen Sulemania. What a name. Guinea-Bissau 0, Morocco 3. Senegal 4, Namibia 1. Sunday, October 10th. Tanzania beat Benin on the road, 1-0 to return the favor. Nigeria got their revenge against Central African Republic with a 2-0 win. Uganda beat Rwanda 1-0. 2 wins there against Rwanda for Uganda. Mali beat Kenya again 1-0. Zambia, how disappointing they were in October. They drew and lost to Equatorial Guinea, 1-1 draw. Cape Verde beat Liberia in a doubleheader to knock them out. Madagascar beat Congo DR to keep themselves in contention to go through to the Third round, Mauritania pulled off a remarkable 0-0 draw against Tunisia to also, you know what I mean, make things interesting in that group, but Tunisia should go on to qualify. Mozambique lost to Cameroon. Gabon beat Angola. Burkina Faso beat Djibouti again. 2-0. Cote d'Ivoire 2, Malawi 1, Egypt 3, Libya 0. It's a lot to go through, right? I know. Namibia 1, Senegal 3, Zimbabwe 0, Ghana 1, Congo 1, Togo 2. Told you Congo has been very, very lackluster. Niger 0, Algeria 4, and South Africa 1, Ethiopia 0, Guinea 1, Morocco 4. Rounds off what happened in October. So, in terms of the games that we're going to predict, we're only going to talk about 8 matches. Group E, G, H, and J. Before we do move on, I'd like to take the time to big up to everybody in here right about now. So, we have Philip M. is saying, how many countries in Africa are currently in civil war? Quite a lot. Quite a lot. There's a lot of coups going on. It's so crazy, man, what's going on in Africa, man. Guinea, I think, from what I could recall, there's always been tension in Sudan, you know, so I can't keep track, man. I can't keep track. Really can't keep track of what's going on in Africa. Seriously. See what I mean? But yeah, Nigeria, you can trust them. Such a talented squad, but mentality is not there. You can't trust them. You can't. You can't. So Jay Cutler saying no one in Group J is making it. Philip Emma want Togo to go. So big up to everybody in the stream right about now, man. Appreciate y'all. We have UNLNRG. Shout outs to you. Haven't given you a shout out yet. Thanks for tuning in. So yeah, let's continue, man. Big up to the boy Scooby Don't, who says hi from Algeria. Thank you very much for tuning in. And Pierre Paquete, who's saying, you think Canada will get out of this rotation 6 points or 4 points? We'll talk about Canada towards the end of the stream. I'm not talking CONCACAF today. I'm talking CONCACAF tomorrow. And I'm only doing that because of the workload. I don't want to be here for 3-5 hours today. You know what I'm saying? Don't want to do it to myself today. Gotta save the voice. Remember, I'm going to be doing this every single day, you know. Every day, God's willing. So, Group E, Uganda versus Kenya, guys. Uganda versus Kenya. Remember, Kenya already eliminated. It's only Mali and Uganda alive in this group. And I'm going to go for a draw here, though. A 1-1 draw. Believe it or not, I'm going to go for a 1-1 draw, which is not the best result for Uganda. They would actually, you know, want to pick up a win here against Kenya. Definitely. Group E, if they do pick up a point here, they will go up to 9 points. And the game between Mali and Rwanda, I'm going for Mali to win the game 2-0. Mali would go up to 13 points, which would qualify them to the next round. So Uganda, they have to win their game against Kenya to stay alive and depend on Mali to drop points. So let's say Uganda win and Mali draw. They would both be on 11 points, right? They would be on 11 points with the last game on Sunday, November 14th between Mali and Uganda being a final. That would be a final. They did play to a 0-0 draw early on in qualifiers. So, yeah, it is going to be very, very tight if Mali drop points against Rwanda, which I don't think is going to happen. I think Mali would beat Rwanda and Mali would qualify to the next round. And I do have Mali as one of my debutants for the 2022 World Cup, where there might not be a lot of debutants, but I think Mali are definitely going to be one of them. It's going to be difficult in the third round. Who knows who they're going to get, but they're going to get one of the higher ranked teams. If they're not one of the higher ranked teams, and it's going to be difficult. Definitely going to be difficult. So, in terms of that, though, what I could do really quick, let me get the FIFA rankings. Let me just bring up the FIFA rankings on my screen right now. And just to give you guys some insight on, where Mali stands. So right now, Mali would not be one of the higher seeded teams. Senegal, Tunisia, Morocco, Algeria, Nigeria, Egypt, Ghana, Ivory Coast, Cameroon are all ahead of Mali. So you'll see a situation where if Mali goes through, they would face one of the higher ranked teams. They could play Senegal, they could play Tunisia, they could play Morocco and Algeria, or a Nigeria. All these teams, I think, will go through. I think all these teams will go through. So we might see a situation where Senegal, Tunisia, Morocco, Algeria, Nigeria are the top seeded teams, and they could come up against the likes of Egypt. It's going to be Ghana or South Africa. It's going to be Ivory Coast or Cameroon. It's going to be Mali or Uganda, Burkina Faso, could qualify. If they do qualify, they'll be one of the, in part two. South Africa, Congo DR, so you get the point. So if one of these teams like Mali or let's say an Ivory Coast, a Cameroon, South Africa, Egypt, Ghana, it's gonna be a big task. It's gonna be a very, very big task because you gotta beat the Senegal, you gotta beat the Morocco, you gotta beat the Nigeria, Tunisia. So round 3 will be very, very interesting. The draw is scheduled for December 18th. The last time I checked, I could remember that. And I want to do, predictions, of course, and, have some fun with that one as well. So just keep that in mind, guys. Keep that in mind. Very, very interesting here. So Michael is saying, if it was Nigeria versus Mali in the playoff, I'd go with Mali. Yeah, that's a situation where you have a team like Nigeria who's very vulnerable and very unpredictable. You never know what could happen. You see what I'm saying? Never know what could happen. So it's going to be interesting, man. These third rounds for this format is very, very, very harsh. You could win all games and then you get to the third round and then poof, you're out. You see what I'm saying? You're out. You could be 190 minutes away from Qatar and then just like that, you're gone. So, yeah, man. Oh, man. Yeah, man. Yeah. Those Middle Eastern countries, right? So, yeah. Scooby Don't is saying the next game for African champions will be against Djibouti. Easy win in Egypt. Definitely a walk in the park for Algeria. So, look. We're going to keep it moving, though. We're going to keep it moving. Guys, if you have predictions, drop it in the chat. I don't see any predictions, though. But anytime you have any predictions, just drop it in the chat. Uganda versus Kenya. Rwanda versus Mali. 1-1 draw between Uganda and Kenya for me. And Rwanda to lose 2-0 against Mali, who I am predicting to be debutants at the 2022 World Cup. All right. So, yeah. So, gonna keep it moving. Definitely gonna keep it moving, and let's go. Group G. Let's start Group G. Ethiopia, Ghana, South Africa, Zimbabwe. Where's the South Africa, Zimbabwe game? All right, that's down there. So let me try to get. All right. I have everything in frame right there. Everything is in frame from Group G right there for you guys, right? So Ethiopia versus Ghana, Group G. I'm going to go for Ghana to beat Ethiopia 2-1. 2-1. Ghana versus Ethiopia. So what happened when they met earlier? Ghana beat Ethiopia 1-0. I'm going for Ghana to win the game 2-1. 2-1. And this game would actually be in South Africa. This will be on neutral soil. It will be in South Africa. And, yeah, Ghana did lose to South Africa. So they're on the back foot right now. And they have to absolutely beat Ethiopia And it would be good to do so by a good margin. I think it's goal difference. I have to double check. Let me just do a quick check. I can't remember. I should know this, but I can't remember. So goal difference or head to head. Let me see. World Cup qualifying. Let me see something. Let me double check this. All right. So yeah, while it was used in the 2010 the qualification. All right. Let me see. 2022. Let me just double check that to make sure we have everything right. So okay. All right. So goal difference in CONCACAF, it's goal difference. I'm seeing here. So pretty sure it's goal difference. Yeah, it's goal difference. It's goal difference. If anybody else have any insight on that, Mike, let me know. Pretty sure it's goal difference though. The head-to-head thing kind of, you know what I mean, sometimes it's used, other times it's not used. So I think it's goal difference for tiebreakers. All right, tiebreakers. Yep, goal difference. First is points. Second, goal difference. You know what I mean? Overall goals scored is third. Points in matches between tied teams, which is basically, head-to-head. So, yeah. So it's goal difference for World Cup qualifiers, right? Goal difference. So very, very important. Very, very important that Ghana scores a lot of goals. Their goal difference right now is a +3. South Africa's goal difference is a +4. So let's say Ghana, they pick up a win against Ethiopia. They go up to 12 points. South Africa, they pick up a win against Zimbabwe. They go up to 13 points. But let's say, there's a draw between the South Africa-Zimbabwe game. And, Ghana do win and go up to 12 points where South Africa has 11 points. And then the game between, it's going to be, I don't think it will come down to goal difference, though. Don't think it will come down to goal difference. I don't think there's a possibility that it would come down to goal difference. It can. Yeah, it can. If Ghana draw against Ethiopia and South Africa lose to Zimbabwe, then they will both be on 10 points. And then the game between the two teams, now, if it draws, then goal difference come into play. Got to do all these permutations in my head. So the game between Ethiopia and Ghana, I'm going for 2-1 draw. And South Africa at home against Zimbabwe, where all games will be played in South Africa. I'm going for South Africa to beat Zimbabwe 2-0 to set up the final game of Group G to be a final itself against Ghana and South Africa. So that'll be awesome. And that game will be played in Ghana. So Ghana, it's advantage Ghana right now, but they have to get over the Ethiopian hurdle. It's advantage Ghana, where they will be at home and they will have to take all 3 points to get to the last round. I did pick Ghana to get into the last round over South Africa, but listen, man, South Africa has been playing some really good football. And you can't write them off. You really can't write off Bafana right now at all. You can't. So, listen. Shout outs to Hugo Bruce and his team. Not a lot of big names in the side, but they've been doing a job. Definitely been getting a job done, though. Ronwen Williams in goal has been, pretty solid. Pretty solid. And hopefully for them, they get Percy Tau fit. I think Percy Tau missed some games last month, and they would want to have him involved. You know what I mean? But not a lot of big stars these days in the South African team. You remember Benny McCarthy from back in the days, and guys like Shalabalala, whatever his name is. He was awesome at the 2010 World Cup. So, yeah. Good luck to all teams. Guys, if you have any predictions, drop it in the chat. We'll definitely appreciate that. Let me see what you guys are actually saying in the comments here. KCDB, CONCACAF and CONMEBOL have way less teams, and half of the nations just participate and are so weak. With all due respect to countries like in the Caribbean and some countries in Central America. You're right. You can't predict when you don't play home. It's Africa. The conditions, the stadiums, the organization is too bad. Yeah, it's very unpredictable stuff. Very unpredictable, man. You know what I mean? Michael is saying, I think Ghana will win both matches. Let me see what else we got here. KCDB, African World Cup qualifiers are so difficult. I believe Africa deserves at least 8 teams in the World Cup. So many nations that play some good soccer and deserve more seats in the World Cup. Well, there will be more places at the 2026 World Cup 48-team event. And I have to do something after qualifiers are done. I got to do something for the 2026 World Cup where I do a prediction video for that World Cup and try to predict the 48 teams. You know what I mean? Do something fun. That'd be awesome. That'd be an awesome video to make. You know what I mean? I haven't done a video like that in a long time where I sit down and I do takes in front of the camera and then I take my time and edit it. It's been too busy to do these things these days. And with StreamYard, interactive platforms and everything, yeah, you know, pretty much, you know, go live and get things done. Mike, you know what I'm talking about, man. It's so difficult to sit down and record a video for 2 hours and then chop it up. Take 6 hours to chop it up. And then you put the video out and absolutely nobody watches it. You see what I'm saying? It sucks, man. It sucks, but it's just the way it is. That's just how YouTube works. And you just got to deal with it. Just got to deal with it, man. So, yeah, let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving. And we have Niger saying, Arsene Wenger is pushing too hard for a World Cup every 2 years. Tell me about it, man. I do have a few articles on that. I really do have a few articles to talk about in terms of that, but I'm not gonna do that today because I don't wanna be super long today. That's why. So yeah. Yep, hard work and no views, not worth it. I know, man. Niger, Adnan say it's all about the algorithm picking up your stuff. Yeah, man, but the thing is, man, it's so saturated, bro. I'm telling you, bro. So saturated, especially in club football. So saturated. But you just have to basically do this for passion. And just, if the views come, they come. If they don't, what are you going to do? Stop? You can't. So you just got to keep it going. So that's just the mentality that you got to have on YouTube, man. So we're going to move on to Group H. I think, you know, it will come down to the final game between Ghana and South Africa. And I'm looking forward to that one. Sunday, the 14th, would be a big day. Planning to do some live streams, watch along on that day as well. So, yeah. So, let me see here. Let's go. Let's do this. Let us do this. KCDB, I don't know if you're talking to me. But the comment says, brother, I am sure you don't know much about African soccer and its history. You haven't watched African Cup from the 80s and 90s. CDB, bro, I don't know if you're talking about me, but with all due respect, bro, I'm 34 years old. I was born 87. I was a little kid in the 90s from St. Vincent. I didn't have cable TV to watch nothing. You see what I'm saying? But I have done a lot of research on World Cup qualifiers and in terms of Africa and everything. And I've been, you know, talking African football ever since I've had this channel. So, look, bro. Look, I don't know. Yeah, not me? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, because I'm just being honest. I'm just keeping it real. You know what I mean? It ain't easy, man. It ain't easy. Not many people know about African football. Not many people know about Asian football. Not many people even talk about these confederations. So, yeah. But I have a gist. Of what's going on in Africa. I could tell you which teams are good and which teams are definitely not good. You see what I'm saying? But it's fine, Philip. Just checking. Remember, this is an interactive stream, so I will get on your ass if you know, you're talking about me. Anyways, big up to Mr. Teki Tapoan. Thanks for your good work, man. Appreciate it. So, all right, CDB. All right, thought you were getting at me because people do get at me in the comments, you know. It's fine to get at me, though. But when you're getting at me, make sure you come correct. Don't come sideways at me, man. You see what I mean? Anyways, we're going to keep it moving. Let's talk about Group H, where we have games between Congo and Namibia, Togo, Senegal. Listen, this group is wrapped up. Nothing else to talk about. I'm predicting Namibia to beat Congo 2-1. Senegal to beat Togo 3-1. Group H is a wrap. Senegal have made it to the third round, and they would most likely qualify if they don't get knocked out by a lower ranked team in the FIFA rankings. So KCDB is saying, I love how you talk about African soccer and very knowledgeable compared to many in this region. I am very surprised of how much you know about Asian and Middle Eastern soccer. Bro, it's all about staying in touch with what's going on. It's all about doing your research. It's all about covering tournaments. It's just about reading and just staying in tune with the news and everything. That's all it's about. And I've been talking about these confederations from the preliminaries. You see what I mean? If you go back and you check my channel, I did preliminaries for Africa. I did preliminary predictions for Asia. So I've been doing this. I've been doing this from day one. World Cup qualifiers from day one, when Mongolia and Bhutan and Sri Lanka and those teams been playing. I've been talking about these teams. You know, when teams like in Africa, like Comoros Islands and who else got knocked out? Teams like Eswatini and let me see, I can't remember these teams right about now. But, you know, teams like, I think, I do have some Chad. I think Chad got suspended. And, you know, they've now been reinstated and all these things, man. So it's all about being an enthusiast of world football and just covering the material. That's all it is. So, yeah. Group J. Let's move on to Group J, though. Let's move on to Group J, where we have Tanzania playing Congo DR and Benin playing Madagascar. So, just to touch on Group J. Let's touch on Group J and talk permutations on Group J. So, in Group J, Tanzania are on top. And they are ahead on goals scored ahead of Benin, where they have 5 goals. Benin have only scored 3 goals. So they have the same amount of points and the same goal difference. Congo DR do have the same goal difference, but they have 5 points. Congo DR is a very tricky team to predict. They have some good players, but they're just very inconsistent and a very unpredictable team, right? They look good on paper, but they don't look good on the field for most of the times. I'm going to predict the Taifa Stars of Tanzania. The Taifa Stars to pick up a draw against, I think they call the Leopards of Congo DR, right? And that would put the group in a really, really good position where Tanzania will go up to 8 points. Congo DR would still be alive with 6. And then the game between Benin, the Squirrels of Benin, and the Barea of Madagascar, I'm going for Benin to beat Madagascar 2-0. But there's also a situation where a resurgent Madagascar could pick up a win here against Benin and go up to 6 points and put the group in a let's say Congo DR beat Tanzania and go up to 8 points, right? And Madagascar beat Benin and go up to 6 points. Madagascar would still be at the bottom. They would have 6 points. Let me just give you guys a bit of visual here and show you guys a table. I think that'll be a lot better. This is the table right there. This is the table for you. You know what I mean? I think that's better. You know, when you have something in front of your eyes, it's better. You know what I mean? And it's a lot of different permutations. Group J proven to be the group of life here. And we know that any one of these teams go through, it would be a big test where they would face one of Senegal, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, or Nigeria if, you know, some of these teams go through. Senegal and Morocco are already through. So it's going to be a test for Tanzania, Benin, Congo DR, or Madagascar. All 4 teams are still alive. I'm going to actually go for Benin to beat Madagascar and Tanzania and Congo DR to play for a draw. With that result, Madagascar will be eliminated. Madagascar will be eliminated if they lose. If they draw their game, they would actually need Tanzania to lose. But if Tanzania lose, that means Congo DR goes on to 8 points. So Madagascar has to win their game to stay alive. Let's just put it that way. They have to win to stay alive. For Congo, if Congo lose their game, if Congo DR lose their game, they're out. They are out. They are out because Tanzania would go up to 10 points. If Congo draw their game against Tanzania and Benin beat Madagascar, then Congo and Madagascar are out. Where Tanzania and Benin would now be the only 2 teams fighting. So that's how Group J looks. Take your picks, guys. It's very difficult. I picked Congo DR based on their strength and based on how they've been progressing over the years, over the cycles. Remember, guys, for the 2018 World Cup cycle, Congo DR was on top of the group, and the final game against Tunisia, they lost it. And I think if I could recall, they actually blew a lead. Let me just get that information for you guys real quick. Let me go back to the 2018 World Cup cycle where I'll just need to go right back and I'll get that. That's not hard to find. So, yeah. So, it's ridiculous, right? It is ridiculous. So, with 2 games left to play, Tunisia did beat Congo DR 2-1. 2-1. And then, wait, I lost that. Jeez. And then the final game, it was a 2-2 draw. I need to give you guys the information on that one. I just had it, but I pressed the back button and lost it though. But it's easy to find. It's easy to find. So we're discussing this group. We're discussing Group G. September 5th, 2017. Congo DR 2, Tunisia 2. Guess what happened in this game? Chancellor Mbemba in the 9th minute and Paul Mpuku in the 47th. They were heading to Qatar. They were heading to Qatar. It was theirs. It was theirs. But they allowed Tunisia to come back in the game. 2-2 draw. 2-2 draw. Very, very poor stuff, man. Very poor stuff by Congo DR. And listen, they got themselves to blame, man. See what I'm saying? And I think they just might miss out once again. What are your thoughts, guys? Let me know your thoughts. Talk to me. Let me know your thoughts. So, anything on this group? Let me see. So, let me see. Niger, Tanzania or Benin at the World Cup would be nice surprise. Indeed, man. I would actually love if that happens, man. Philip M, no. Cape Verde has never qualified. D-Data in the house. How are you doing, D-Data? Nice to see you in here. Nice to see you in here, man. Mads Itzen, hello from Denmark. Great work you do. Keep it up. Thank you very much, Mads. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. You a madman. Appreciate it, bro. Big up to Hui Kim in the house. Haven't given you a shout out yet. Big up to Hui Kim, who's participating in the chat. Thanks for coming through. Thanks for participating as well. Guys, I absolutely love to do these World Cup qualifiers daily, man. They're not easy, but they're fun. So, look, that's it for Africa. That's it for Africa. But we do have some articles. Don't want to stay forever talking about these articles, but we do have some articles that I want to touch on, and I'm going to touch on these articles right now. There's been news that Yusuf Enezairi of Morocco and Sevilla have picked up a bad injury, and he'll be out for these World Cup qualifiers. Let me just locate these articles really quick. I have a lot of things I have to share with you, but I have to clean up house a bit though. Definitely got to clean it. I have so many things to share with you, man. It's unbelievable. But best believe before this international break is over, I will get most of these things, most of this information out to you. It's all about entertainment, but most of all, it's all about information. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So, how's everybody doing? Make sure you smash the thumbs up button for the live stream. We have 57 thumbs up. Oh my God, we have definitely gone past 50 and heading towards 75. It would be absolutely wicked if we get to 75. All right, so found my article on Yusuf Enezairi, and let me just share that one with you really quick, and then we're gonna keep it moving. Let me translate that. Always translate Spanish. Always. Sevilla are several months without Enezairi. Yusuf Enezairi was expected, for this month of November, whatever. Anyways, this translation is horrible, guys. But he will be out, man. And it would affect the Moroccan international team big time. So I'm not going to read this. I'll sound really stupid reading out this translated article here. And guys, to talk about Morocco, though, I do have a Morocco training jacket that I was thinking about putting on tonight. And I should have put it on, but yeah, I'll save it for another day. It's hard, man. Remember, I did put on the Ghanaian training jacket last night. And for those of you guys who wasn't in here, you know what I mean? Let me just reach over in the corner, share this one with you. See, bam, bam, bam. Ghana Football Association. And, you know what I'm saying? This is hard. You know what? I think I'm going to... You know what I'm saying? Yeah, change clothes a bit. Let me put this on, man. Let me put it on. Put it on. See? Hard as a motherfucker. Telling you, man. I'm very weak. I'm weak to these things. You know what I'm saying? I got a bucket hat, a red bucket hat over here. Let me go put it on, man. Let me put it on. Let me change clothes. Midstream change of clothes, man. I'm back in the house. Oh my God. Boy, damn hard as hell. Swaggerific. All right, so we're back. Oh man, I have so much gear, guys. So much. Look, I got this, you know what I mean? This training jacket, Umbro. You know what I'm saying? Classic from the 80s, 90s. You know what I mean? I got everything in a pile over here. You know what I'm saying? Got this USA Umbro again. You know what I mean? I got this Nike camouflage. It doesn't fit that well. I put on weight. I'm like overweight these days. And you know what I mean? I got this nice Umbro pullover here. Red. I don't wear this too much though, because if I wear this, the Liverpool fans would think I'm actually a Liverpool supporter, you know what I mean? So I don't wear this too much, but I might throw it on because it's getting cold. And, you know what I'm saying? I do have an Umbro hoodie right here as well, black. I have so many football related stuff. This room is like filled with them. I have so many caps all over the place, man. You know what I'm saying? So, I need to organize things. Anyways, this is what it is, man. Auction that Umbro jacket, please. No, seriously. Oh, you mean this one? You mean this one? You mean this? Oh, man, this is nice, right? Nah, I'm going to keep this, man. I'm going to keep this. You know what? I'm actually have to start going out and finding these vintage stuff and just start up a page or something, Shopify page, and sell them. I have to seriously consider that, going to like Goodwill, and picking up these vintage football things. I think that should be a hobby of mine. Start making some extra bucks, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So, guys, article on Yusuf Enezairi there. And look, just so you know, Djibouti did sack their manager last time around. But that's not important because Djibouti is about to get blasted out of World Cup qualifiers. They already eliminated. And I did find an article here on Chad. So let me get that article really quick. There's so many things to go through, and very, very difficult to find all my articles here. But I'm gonna find it. Let me see if I locate this really quick. But Chad, who were banned by FIFA, I found it. Definitely found it. Let's actually share that one with you. This is what these streams are all about, man. Finding these articles and sharing them with you, okay? So, FIFA lifts international ban on Chad. All right? Chad have been readmitted to international football after FIFA ended a suspension originally handed out for governmental interference in football that had lasted 6 months. Football's world governing body banned Chad after the country's Minister of Youth and Sports dissolved the FA in March. You can't do that, bro. You just go and dissolve the FA. What is wrong with some of these African organizations, man? You see what I mean? So that was the reason for the ban. And we're not going to get too deep into this conversation because they're done. You know what I mean? They're not in World Cup qualifiers anymore. And it doesn't make sense to waste time talking about Chad. Guys, also, let's not forget, guys, that today's stream is brought to you by the lovely folks over at manscaped.com. It's Christmas time, and Manscaped are the best in below the base grooming, and it makes for a great gift for a loved one, a friend, uncle, cousin, your brother, your husband, if you're into these things. And join over 4 million men worldwide who's part of the Manscaped movement. Get the new Lawnmower 4.0, or it comes as a part of the performance package. Use the coupon code Dominic Rich to get yourself 20% off each and every order. Shipping is free worldwide, and trust me, your balls will thank you. Your dad's balls, your brother's balls, your uncle's balls, your brother's, your husband's balls will thank you. All right, thank you, Manscaped, for being part of the Rich Squad movement. All right, so guys, let's get back to things, man. I have a really nice article to share from you, and it has to do with the Premier League, and we're just gonna touch on this really quick. Don't want to be too long on this one because this could take a very, very long time, but we do have to talk a bit about the AFCON and how it affects the Premier League, okay? And that's going to be a big talking point very, very soon. Recently, news came out that the AFCON could get pushed, pushed back further or even canceled. I don't want that to happen because I love international football and I would really want to see how the African Cup of Nations is going to affect the progress of the Premier League. You know, because there's some teams out there who thinks they're going to win the thing, and then when their goalkeeper leaves and goes to the African Cup of Nations, I want to see what they're going to do. You know what I mean? It's going to be very interesting to see how they're going to deal with that situation. So, and I'm not calling no names. I'm just saying, not calling no names right now. I'm just putting it out there. All right, just putting it out there. So let me just locate this thing really quick, and then we're going to get into that. But guys, if you haven't yet liked the video, make sure you do so. We'll definitely appreciate that. In the meantime, between time, while I look for that article, I could share this with you right now. This will be the Algerian squad to face Djibouti and Burkina Faso, where we will talk some more about Algeria versus Burkina Faso in the upcoming episodes of World Cup Qualifiers Daily. All right? So, yeah, man. All right, so let's take a look at that. We have Said Ben Rama. What a player, man. Riyad Mahrez of Man City. Two wonderful Algerian players from the Premier League there. You have Baghdad Boudinja. If your name Baghdad, man, you is a bad man. You see what I'm saying? Your name is Baghdad. You see what I'm saying? If your name Baghdad, then you can't be mild. So they got a really good front line there with Adam Unas of Napoli, Yusuf Balaili, Qatar SC, Islam Slimani, record scorer. And you see a really good midfield there with Benacer and Zerouki, a youngster. He has a bright future in my opinion. Sofian Feghouli, talented player, Galatasaray. Bel Kebla, don't know that player very well. And Boulaya, don't know him very well either. But the defense, you know what I mean, with Issa Mandi, now playing for Villarreal. Remy Bansabayani, quality left back for Borussia Mönchengladbach. Yusuf Atal, still with Nice, highly rated. And you have Ben Lamry, who's been around for some time. And Abdelawi. Don't know some of these players, so I'm not going to get into them. But Rice Mboli, still the goalkeeper. He's been around for a very, very long time. And Coach Jamel Belmadi, formerly of PSG and Manchester City, is in charge of the team, where Algeria are the reigning champions of Africa. So let's see if they could qualify for the World Cup after missing out on the 2018 event. So is Algeria going to be back? Let me know in the chat. We'll definitely appreciate that. So yeah, man, let me just locate this. I have a lot more things. This live stream definitely gonna go on above 3 hours, you know, like I expected. So don't know why I'm surprised, but I do want to just locate that thing for you really quick. So while I try to locate that, guys, this is also another squad there. The Ghanaian squad, where they did call back the manager from the 2010 World Cup. So legendary manager. Can't remember his name right now, but to be honest, but he's a legendary manager. I'll get you his name very soon. But, you know, they brought him back, and he's been doing a good job since. So his name is Rajevac, Milovan Rajevac. All right. Serbian manager Milovan Rajevac. He's now 67 years old. And when he took charge of the team at the 2010 World Cup, he was 56. So he was old, but, you know, he's a lot older, a lot more experience. And let's see if he'll get Ghana back to the World Cup, where they did miss out on the 2018 event as well. So that's the Ghanaian national team for you right there. And, you know, just pass your eyes over the team right there. You know, look at the strikers, the wingers, the midfielders, as I just scroll down really quick in efforts to locate my article here on CAF. It will be very, very disheartening if I don't locate this article, you know. But, you know, so many things, man. So many things to share. You know, when you're too generous, you know, sometimes it's not very, very good. So, yeah, man. All right. All right. Getting close to finding that. I think I might actually just have to push that back, you know. I think I might have to push that back. Okay. All right. I got it. And I'm absolutely happy I got it. So that's what's coming up next. But let's take a look at the Ghanaian national team, where I am wearing the Ghanaian training jacket right now. I'm not from Ghana, but this actually looks hard, man. I look hard. Jesus Christ. Anyways, I do have to do a DNA test and find out which African country I have roots from. You know, that would be fun. You know, do a reveal. Anyways, let's take a look at this again. Let's go. Let's go. Let me do a picture-in-picture there so you guys could get the bigger picture. Kamaldeen Suleimania of Rennes. What a player, man. You have Andre Ayew, Jordan Ayew. Both waste players these days, if you ask me. Samuel Owusu of Alfaya. Not going to call out every single name. But Felix Jayan of AS Roma. That's a youngster for sure. They put in an extra parentheses there. So whoever did this graphic effed it up. We have Caleb Ekuban of Genoa. I'm pretty sure that guy was... I thought that guy was actually Italian. But Benjamin Tete, Richmond B. Yidium. You got the midfielders. Thomas Partey of Arsenal have been in good form. Mubarak Wakaso scored a good goal during the World Cup qualifiers as well. Mohamed Kudus of Ajax, one to watch. There's names that I recognize, you know what I mean. Jonathan Mensah. You have Daniel Amate of Leicester. Gideon Mensah. Baba Rahman of Reading these days. Formerly of Chelsea. Is he still playing? Is he still owned by Chelsea? I'm not sure. And the goalkeepers here. Joseph Wallacott of Swindon Town. Lawrence Atigziti of St. Gallen. The goalkeeping department looks very light, though, if you ask me. Manaf Nuradin of UPenn and Hearts of Oak, Richard Atta. Very, very light in the goalkeeping department. Is this team good enough, guys, to qualify for the third round? They got the experience in the Ayew brothers, talent in Kamaldeen Suleimania, Mohamed Kudus, and co. Let's see if they actually make it happen. So, look. The last thing I want to share with you from the African Confederation will be this. It's an article from the Athletic, a cutout. Let's go. This is very, very interesting here. Let's take a look at this, guys. Let's take a look at this. Let's make this bigger. Let's make this as big as we can. So, potential AFCON call-ups in the Premier League. All right. So, is this too big? Nothing's ever too big, right? All right. Let's take a look at it. Let's put it this way. Let's go. So, Arsenal, Thomas Partey for Ghana, Nicolas Pepe for Ivory Coast, and you have Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang, and for Gabon and Mohamed El Neni for Egypt. Let me make this a bit smaller. It's a bit too big. Bit too big, dear. You know what I'm saying? Sorry. Bit too big. Way, way, way too big. Way too big. Yeah, okay. That's much better. That's much better, right, guys? That's much better. So, for Aston Villa, Marvelous Nakamba, Zimbabwe, Bertrand Traore, Burkina Faso, Trezeguet, who's currently injured for Egypt. Let's see if he'll make the cut. Brentford, Frank Onyeka, Tariq Fosu. So you see Arsenal, just so before we go a little bit further, Arsenal will be hampered. Thomas Partey, who's a key part of their midfield, they will be okay without Pepe, who's not really involved a lot these days. But Aubameyang will be a big miss. Not so much El Neni. So Lacazette and Martinelli would need to step up. Don't think they'll go into the transfer window for a striker. But Arsenal have been linked to some strikers of late. Let's see if they'll make it happen. Let's see if they'll bring in somebody on loan. But potentially they will be without 4 of their players. Maybe they call up a few players from the squad. You know, the youth squad. Maybe a guy like Florian Balogun will get a chance in the squad. Maybe Eddie Nketiah. So I think Arsenal will be okay. We'll give opportunities to French players to, you know, do their thing. Thomas Partey, you have Lokanga. Xhaka should be fit again. So they may struggle in about 2-3 games. But they'll be all right, in my opinion. Not like, I don't think they're going to be title challengers. But, you know, they'll be all right, man. Aston Villa, who are struggling right now. Marvelous Nakamba, Bertrand Traore, and Trezeguet. I think they could do without these players. And good luck. But they will need everybody, though, to survive. Because they're struggling right now. Brentford, struggling. Frank Onyeka, Tariq Fosu. Onyeka more involved this season than Fosu. So I think Brentford could do without these players as well. For Brighton, Yves Bissouma for Mali would be a big miss if he does get the call up. And for Burnley, if Maxwell Cornet will get the call up for Ivory Coast with the way he's been playing, so he'll be a big miss for Burnley as well. And they would need him to get back fast. Chelsea would be without Edward Mendy. Hakim Ziyech, I think, won't get the call up because him and the manager are at loggerheads these days. So I don't think Hakim Ziyech would be involved with Morocco. And Chelsea, you know, Chelsea would be fine without Hakim Ziyech anyways. But the Mendy situation could be worrying because the amount of times that Edward Mendy have saved Chelsea is absolutely ridiculous. I don't think Kepa could do the job that Mendy is doing right now. I really don't think so. So it's going to be interesting to see what Chelsea does in January without Edward Mendy. And just to take a look at what Chelsea has coming up for them in January, right? And this might be late December, January. And Senegal does go deep into the competition these days, right? So for Chelsea, they do have Brighton on December 29th. I don't know if Edward Mendy would already leave for the Senegalese squad where the tournament starts on the 9th. So I'm pretty sure they would want to give the players at least a week to be with the team, everybody to be together. But it seems like he will miss the big game on January 2nd against Liverpool. I'm not 100% sure, but he will miss the Man City clash, will miss the game against Tottenham, and I think potentially he'll just miss 3 to 4 games. But that could be a big difference. Could be a huge difference where Chelsea could lose all 4 of those games. You see what I'm saying? Or draw all 4. Or win all 4. Who knows? But look, they could be down on all 4s too. You see what I'm saying? Down on all their knees and elbows. Struggling in January without Mendy. So let's see how that one works out though. For Everton, Jean-Philippe Gibamar, Ivorian. I did skip Crystal Palace, but Everton would be alright. Crystal Palace, Zaha, Schlupp, Ayew, Cheikhou Kouyaté. I think they're going to be in a lot of trouble though. For those 3 to 4 games that they will have in January without Zaha, without a Kouyaté, Schlupp and Ayew, you know, but Zaha would be a big miss if he does go with Ivory Coast. So Crystal Palace, who is, you know, you have Patrick Vieira in charge. He is Senegalese background, French Senegalese. He has a lot of African players in his team, and he's using a lot of African players as well. They would definitely struggle in January, in my opinion. Leeds do not have any African players in their team. They'll be okay. Leicester, however, without Iheanacho, Ndidi, and Mate, especially Ndidi and Iheanacho, they could have a rough January. Liverpool are the team that will be the most affected, in my opinion. Even though they only have 3 African-based players in their team, without Salah and Mane in that front 3, I think it's going to be a rough January period for Liverpool. And who do they play in January? If we go all the way from, let's say, January 2nd, the Chelsea game, they have Brentford, Crystal Palace. 3 games, potentially 4 games, 3 to 4 games. Not the biggest games in Crystal Palace and Brentford. Manageable games, but without Salah and Mane to score these goals, man, who's going to get them in the back of the net for you? Please tell me. Please. Jota is there. Origi has to step up. I don't know if Liverpool would go in for anybody in January. I don't know if Harvey Elliott would be fit again, but it's gonna be a scrap in January because of the African Cup of Nations. For City, Riyad Mahrez will be out. That's no big deal. Mahrez is on the bench most of the time these days in the Premier League, and we'll be fine without him. For Manchester United, they'll be okay as well. Ahmad, Ivorian, Eric Bailly, Ivorian. Yeah, they'll be fine. You know what I mean? Same business as usual for them. Crisis as usual. Newcastle, they don't have any players. Norwich, they don't have any African players. Southampton would be without Salisu and Genepo. Genepo is Malian, Salisu, Ghanaian. But these guys are not really involved. Salisu isn't really involved that much, you know what I'm saying? I think Salisu is Ghanaian. I don't think he's going to get a call-up if you ask me. Tottenham don't have any African players at the moment. Watford will definitely struggle. Troosti Kong, Ismail Assar, Imran Louza, Adam Messina, Emmanuel Dennis, and you could add Nicholas Nkulu to the list. I think Nkulu might be retired now, if I'm not mistaken. West Ham would be without Said Benrahma. They do have a deep squad. Nikola Vlasic could step in. Wolves would be without Boli, who's been on the bench all season, and Romain Saiss, who would be a big miss, the Moroccan international there. So that's how the AFCON will affect the Premier League in terms of potential call-ups. And with Manchester City looking most likely to benefit from this. Man United as well could benefit from this. But Liverpool and Chelsea, who's in the running for the title, could be, heavily affected if you ask me. Edward Mendy, Salah, and Mane, yeah, those guys are going to be big misses. So, with that being said, guys, we're going to move on, and we're going to talk about the final confederation of today's World Cup Qualifiers Daily, and that is UEFA. So, who have the most available spots? We're going to talk about UEFA right now. Big up to everybody in the chat right now. Michael is saying Napoli is going to be screwed. Yeah. Osimhen. Who again? God damn. I forgot. Koulibaly. Who else they have there? Frank Zambo Anguissa. Yeah. Pretty much what's going on there. So, yeah, man. What we got here? So, I love Dominic Rich, but don't think anyone looks hard in those hats. Philip, bro, you ain't got no swag, bro. So, of course, that's what you're going to think. You know what I'm saying? These hats are hard. Ask Mike. Mike, what is this guy talking about? What is this guy talking about, man? Big up to the boy Nassim B, man. Big up to Nassim B. Mike, what is this guy talking about? He don't know the bucket hats are the hardest. Oh, what is this guy? This guy is all jokes. You feel me? Come on, chill. Philip also says our boy Dominic Rich will surpass 100,000 subs after the next World Cup. Hopefully that happens. Let's see. I'm not going to count on it, though. But if it happens, it happens. If it don't, it don't. Guys, if you haven't yet liked the video, make sure you do so. We'll definitely appreciate that. Let's get the stream up to 75 thumbs up. I'm actually kind of hungry right now, though. I need to eat. I need to put something in the belly. I need to put something in the belly. Anyways, let's go. Let us go, man. Let's do picture in picture here. Hope it doesn't block things. Let me see. All right. Picture in picture works. This works. This works. We do have games from Group A, B, H, and J in Europe. So what we're going to be doing, we're going to be going through each and every group. And when I get to the groups, we're going to talk about the games. Because the UEFA website is a lot more intuitive than the FIFA website. So I could actually do this. You see what I'm saying? Let me make this a bit smaller so I'm not blocking anything. And let's talk Group A. Sorry, excuse me. Serbia and Portugal are the two teams in the running for the direct spot for the World Cup, right? The top team in each group will qualify directly. Germany have qualified, Denmark have qualified. Serbia and Portugal are in the running for the top spot. In Group A, there's also Luxembourg, Republic of Ireland, and Azerbaijan. All these teams are already eliminated from World Cup qualifiers. 2 games left for each team. Serbia only has 1 game. They do play Qatar. And in the game for Serbia against Qatar, which is a warm-up game for the World Cup hosts, I'm going to go for Serbia to beat Qatar 3-1. Maybe Jovic with a goal, Vlahovic with a brace maybe, and Serbia to run to a big 3-1 victory over Qatar, who is also part of this group as warm-up in UEFA. Azerbaijan versus Luxembourg here, guys. What happened the last time Azerbaijan and Luxembourg met each other? So Azerbaijan versus Luxembourg. Luxembourg won the game 2-1. I'm going to go for Luxembourg to win 2-0 this time around. Sebastian Till might be in the scoring. Nice little team developing there. And look for them for World Cup 2026, where UEFA does get 3 extra spots, if I'm not mistaken. And they do have, I do think they have 3 extra spots. And they do have a place in the playoff, if I'm not mistaken. We will talk World Cup 2026 another time. Won't be getting too deep into that right now. So I'm going to go for 2-0 to Luxembourg over Azerbaijan. That's a dead rubber. No consequence in terms of World Cup qualifiers. They're out already. They've been eliminated. But the game that's very, very crucial is the one between Portugal and Republic of Ireland, where Republic of Ireland, right here, as you guys can see, did lead Portugal 1-0 into the 90th minute, the 89th minute. John Egan with a goal in the 45th minute. And then Ronaldo with 2 late headers, one to equalize and the other to pick up a very, very important win. I think those goals, he broke the goal scoring record as well, if I'm not mistaken. And it was a very, very entertaining affair. This time around, the game will be played in the Republic of Ireland, and it's do or die, man. It's do or die, because listen, if Portugal lose the game, they're still fine, right? Because then it will still be a potential final against Serbia, right? It still will be a final against Serbia. But Portugal has to beat the Republic of Ireland, where after 7 games played, they would go up to 19 points. They would have that 2-point advantage over Serbia, where they would only need a draw to qualify. A draw would be fine. You see what I'm saying? Just play for a draw, because that looks like what Fernando Santos does most of the times, right? Very, very boring manager. With this team, he could do a lot better, if you ask me. So, look, we come down to the fixtures here. The most important fixtures just to recap what happened in October, Azerbaijan lost 3-0 to Republic of Ireland. Serbia beat Luxembourg a goal to nil. Serbia beat Azerbaijan 3-1 and Portugal beat Luxembourg 5-0, right? So Azerbaijan, Luxembourg, as I mentioned, 2-0 to Luxembourg. Portugal at the Aviva Stadium in Dublin, the Republic of Ireland. I'm going for Portugal to pick up another 2-1 win. It's not going to be the most comfortable win, but I expect the Republic of Ireland to give them a good run for their money. They're already eliminated, and they have nothing to lose. So they could be sport here. They could help out Serbia a bit. But I think Portugal will still get the better of the Republic of Ireland. And they would actually put themselves in a really, really good position to qualify directly from Group A. So, look, I think I could find a few things on the Portugal national team squad. So just so we get a picture of what the squad looks like. But, you know, it's pretty much the same bunch of guys. Bruno Fernandes and Bernardo Silva. You know, the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo, Gonzalo Guedes, I see got a call up. You know, let me just share this with y'all really quick. You know what I'm saying? Let me just there's been some updates as well where Fernando Santos calls up 2 players to replace Anthony Lopez, Rafa Silva, and Joao Mario. So the players called up to replace these guys are Jose Sa and Gonzalo Guedes. All right, so that's the news. That's the news right there on the team selection there in terms of changes. So I gotta find an article really quick on the team, but I can't. Let me see. All right, got it. Got one for you right here, and just gonna get this shared. Let's get this one shared, and then we'll come back over here. All right, let's go. So this is what Portugal looks like, guys. Anthony Lopez replaced by Jose Sa, Diego Costa, Rui Patricio, all the other goalkeepers. João Cancelo. All right, that's much better. That is much better. Oh, man, damn, you're doing a damn thing. That's much better. Very big, but still, let's reduce that a little bit. That's much, yeah, that looks a little bit less harsh on the eyeballs, right? So, João Cancelo, Nelson Semedo, Diego Dallo, Nuno Mendes, Jose Font, Pepe, and Ruben Diaz. Danilo Pereira, João Palhinha, Mateus Nunes, William Carvalho, Ruben Neves, Bruno Fernandes, João Mario, he's now withdrawn. Gonzalo Guedes is now, replaced him. Renato Sanches. You have João Moutinho, Bernardo Silva, Rafa Silva, João Felix, Andre Silva, Cristiano Ronaldo, Diego Jota, and Rafael Leao. What a team, man. What a team. This team is so stacked up, it's actually a sin. It's so stacked up. Tell me how this team misses out on World Cup qualifiers. Please tell me how. It ain't happening. It's definitely happening, though. Definitely ain't happening. So what we're going to do, let's just go back, man. Let's just go back to the group. And we're just going to discuss one more thing in the group before we do move on to the next one. We got to talk about the game that's going to come up between Portugal and Serbia at Estadio do SL Benfica in Lisbon. Listen. Luxembourg, Republic of Ireland, dead rubber. You see this game right here? Sunday, 14th of November, I'll be live. I'm hoping to be live that day for I'll probably be doing multiple watch-alongs, right? Multiple watch-alongs. I don't even know what I might actually do something where I just wake up early and just go live. And just stay live. Like all day. Like all day. Until what I'm thinking about doing something like that though. And just go live as long as I can. And just change the thumbnails as I go along. You know what I'm saying? Just change the thumbnails as I go. Make multiple thumbnails. That'll be fun. That'll be wicked. That'll be wicked to do. and have people jump in the stream if people want to jump in and join the watch along. I might actually do something like that on Sunday though, if you know my wife permits. It gets a little hectic sometimes, you know, but this game will be a big game. And Portugal at home, you fancy them to at least pick up a draw after beating the Republic of Ireland. Let's say, for example, there's a situation. This is very important. This is very important. So we're not going to run away from this group at all. Because if Portugal goes through to the playoffs, you don't want to meet them in the playoffs. But again, anything could happen in the playoffs. So you don't really want to go in the playoffs either. There could be a situation where Portugal draw to the Republic of Ireland, go up to 17 points, and they would only need a draw now against Serbia. You see what I mean? They would only need a draw against Serbia to go through, where both teams could end on 18 points, but Serbia miss out on the direct spot. That's also a possibility there because of the goal difference there by Portugal. So, yeah, Portugal, I fancy. Guys, who do you fancy to get through from this group? Let me know. So, yeah, man. Yeah. Jay Cutler, Fernando Santos plays such boring football. He's the Greg Berhalter. Mike is saying Fernando Santos is terrible. Yeah, they need to move on from him, though. Definitely need to move on from him. So, yeah. Let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving and let's move on to the next group, guys. Group B. We have games coming up in Group B tomorrow. Group B right now. Sweden on top of the group with only 6 games played. This is a very interesting group as well. I talked permutations on this group last month. So there's a video on the channel. There's a clip. Go check it out. Spain are second with 13 points. This is a very interesting group. Very, very interesting. And I would love to see Spain go into the playoffs and Sweden qualify directly. It would just make things a bit more interesting next time around when we have the playoffs next year. Greece are third. They're still alive. They're still very much alive. Georgia out. Kosovo out. Kosovo did part ways with their manager as well. So let's just take a quick look at the group so far. Georgia plays Sweden. I'm predicting Sweden to beat Georgia 3-0. What happened the first time they played? It was a 1-0 win in Solna for Sweden. Georgia is not a pushover. You have guys like Karavatskhelia, who could be a headache, and a couple Vili guys. Last name Vili, ends with Vili. Villains. They could be villains there if they pick up something against Sweden. Don't think they will. I think the likes of Dejan Kulusevski, Emil Forsberg, the likes of Alexander Isak will be a bit too much for the Georgians. Robin Olsen goal, you know what I mean? Augustinson and Quaison, and very talented team, man, in Sweden. Jan Andersson, the hot dog champion, in charge of the team. I think they'll win this game, go up to 18 points, and they'll set it up. They'll set it up very nicely. Look at what's going on at the bottom down here, guys. On Sunday the 14th, Spain versus Sweden. Spain versus Sweden. Guys, look. Spain do play Greece, right? The situation with Spain and Greece right now, it was a 1-1 draw. Greece did pick up a 1-1 draw in Granada. If Greece manages to pick up a win, a draw won't be good enough. A draw would eliminate Greece. But a draw would eliminate Greece, and a draw, believe it or not, guys, would actually put Sweden into the World Cup. This is unbelievable. If Sweden beats Georgia and goes up to 18 points, and Greece picks up a point against Spain, Spain would only be able to get a maximum of 17 points. So even before they play Sweden, they could already be into the playoffs. A draw would put Spain into the playoff and put Sweden at the World Cup. Greece, it all depends on Greece. a loss would be even more detrimental, where Greece now would go up to 12 points and have an eye on the playoffs with, you know what I mean, one game to play, a team they're capable of beating in Kosovo, right? Right? You following me? Are you following me? They did draw the game against Kosovo, but they could beat Kosovo. The game will be at home, and it would be in their hands. I'm getting excited about this one right now. I'm full of energy. It's a good thing I took a nap before this live stream. Really good thing I took a nap. Spain has to win this game against Greece. The thing about this game, though, it will be played in Greece. Guys. I have Spain beating Greece 2-1 though. I have them beating Greece 2-1. But this is going to be very, very, very tricky. This is going to be very tricky. This is going to be good. This is going to be really good, man. This is going to be good. This is going to be good. This is going to be good. So, if we see a situation where Spain beat Greece, it means that Sweden would qualify, right? Sweden would qualify. Sweden, even if they get a draw, they would qualify, right? Yeah, they would have a better goal difference if Spain do lose to Greece. So Sweden, I think, would beat Georgia. Big up to the boy Christopher Hallgren too, you know, who's Swede. So look, Greece, they beat Sweden, right? They did beat Sweden to make. If Greece didn't beat Sweden, and Sweden did pick up a victory over Greece, the group would have been decided already, basically, right? The group would have pretty much been decided, if you ask me, because Sweden with that win, you know what I mean, they pick up a win against Georgia, that would have been it. Sweden kind of messed up with the loss against Greece. But you got to give it to Greece for making things interesting here. Making things really greasy in this group, right? The game between Spain, let's say Spain do beat Greece, go up to 16 points. Sweden beat Georgia, go up to 18 points. All Sweden needs to do is draw the game in Seville against Spain. Or beat Spain. But if Spain goes ahead and, you know, win the remaining matches and Sweden only wins one, then Spain qualifies directly. Right? Spain qualifies directly. Who's in the Spain squad? Who's in the Spain squad, you may ask. We're going to take a look at the Spain squad really quick. And I see Christopher Hallgren is saying that Zlatan is back for Sweden. So it makes things even better. Does make things even better for Sweden, right? There's been news that Yeremy Pino is out injured and Brais Mendes has replaced him. So let me just find a quick list of the Spain international team to share with you. You know, also news that Dani Carvajal is back in the Spanish national team, and he is the only Real Madrid player in the team and the first Real Madrid player to make the team in about over 200 days. So just keep that in mind, man. You know what I mean? Like, they've been doing well in the Nations League and in the Euros without Real Madrid players. And now another Real Madrid player is back in the fold. Let's see how it works out. Luis Enrique has been treating Real Madrid really bad. He's a former Barcelona player and manager too, so you know, go figure, right? Go figure. So, okay. Very difficult to find this freaking graphic of the Spain squad, man. I don't know. They've done a lot of national television stuff. I see a lot of interviews, you know what I mean? Jordi Alba, Busquets, Luis Enrique. They better freaking qualify directly. You know what I'm saying? They're under a lot of pressure right now. The Spain international team is under a lot of pressure right now. Let's just put it out there. So Yeah, still. Also, Raul de Tomas has been called up. That's another inclusion, another surprise inclusion. And I think Raul de Tomas is born in the Dominican Republic, if I'm not mistaken. The last time I did check. So, yeah, I'm still trying to locate. They post so many things on their Twitter, though. So many things on their Twitter, and I don't think they have a graphic out, man. They don't have a graphic out. It's like so much. So much. It's like impossible to locate. So, yeah, I should have just Googled that. Let me just Google that. Spain national team. All right. All right. Yeah, I should have just Googled that, man. You see what I mean? Very stupid of me not to even Google that. So, let me see. News. All right. Give me 1 second. I want to just share this with you. It's a crunch group. It's a crunch group, man. Definitely a crunch group. So, all right. Let me see. Still ain't got nothing. Still ain't got nothing in terms of the squad, though. All right. Yeah, I do have the squad. I do have the squad. So, okay. Let me see. Yeah. Raul de Tomas did replace Ansu Fati. And I still can't find the blood cleat squad, man. Jesus Christ. This thing is... Jesus Lord. Jesus Lord. What does a man have to do to actually find a freaking squad on Google? So many things I have to dig through, man. You know what? Forget about it. Forget about it. We're gonna keep it moving. We gotta keep it moving, man. Definitely gonna keep it moving. In terms of the squad for Sweden, though. In terms of the squad for Sweden, let me see if I actually find Spain national team. You know what? Let me just check Wikipedia. Wikipedia should have the current squad right now. And they'll have me looking all over the place. All right, so the squad is David De Gea. Let's take a look. I'll give you guys something visual to look at on Wikipedia. David De Gea, Robert Sanchez, Unai Simon, who's the #1 goalkeeper these days. Cesar Azpilicueta, Pau Torres, Inigo Martinez, Diego Llorente, Jose Gaya, Jose Luis Gaya, left back, Valencia, Dani Carvajal, Jody Alba, Emerick Laporte of City, Sergio Busquets, Gavi, Koke, Carlos Soler, Rodri of City, Pablo Fornals have been in good form, Dani Olmo of Leipzig, maybe soon to be Barcelona, Mikel Merino of Sociedad, Brais Mendes, and it reflects the changes as well. So I should have done this before. Up front, Alvaro Morata. Rodrigo is back in the team. Brazilian born, back in the team. Leeds United. Brahim Diaz have been good for Milan. He's back in the team. 1 cap, 1 goal. Pablo Sarabia on loan at Sporting. And Raul de Tomas is the only potential debutant in the squad. Right? Players to miss out. Kepa Arrizabalaga. Missing out right there. Eric Garcia. Oh, what very, very, very good choice not to call him up. Marcos Alonso, unlucky not to get called up. Reguilon. So Pedro Porro. All these guys, man. Raul Albiol misses out. Cucurella, I think he deserves a call up, if you ask me. You have Sergio Ramos still in the dock. Don't think he's retired. Marcos Llorente, unlucky to miss out. Pedri has been injured. Sergio Roberto, I think he's done. No Thiago Alcantara, coming back from an injury. Good choice. Fabian Ruiz, you know what I mean? He's unlucky to miss out as well. You have, let me see. I didn't even know Manu Garcia had got called up. But let me see. Yeremy Pino misses out through injury. Fati through injury. Ferran Torres through injury. Mikel Oyarzabal. This is surprising. Is he injured right now? I haven't been following La Liga and Sociedad so closely. So that could be an injury. Brian Hill. Brian Hill is currently injured. Adama Traore misses out. I don't think he has been given a fair shot in his 8 caps. Not a fair shot at all. Abel Ruiz, Gerard Moreno, Javi Paudo. All right, so that's it, guys. That's what's going on there for Spain in terms of the squad. And let's go back. So my predictions here are Sweden to beat Georgia 3-0 and Greece to lose to Spain 2-1 at home. We have the other team not playing tomorrow in the group, Kosovo, already eliminated. So we did permutations for this group. I'm going to move on here. Group C, right now, Italy leads the charge. Switzerland second. It's a tight race. This is going to be down to the wire as well between these two teams. Bulgaria eliminated. Northern Ireland and Lithuania all eliminated. So it's down between Switzerland and Italy, where Italy does not want to go through to the playoffs again, where they missed out losing to Sweden in the 2018 World Cup cycle. Switzerland did come through to the playoff via the playoffs. They did qualify for the 2018 World Cup. So it's going to be very interesting. Won't be going through the permutations today, but Switzerland do play Italy, and that game is coming up on Friday. So that's a big game. We'll be hoping to do somewhat of some kind of watch along or something for that game. You know, not promising anything, but I'll see. I got to consult with my wife first, though. Maybe not. But the game between Switzerland and Bulgaria will be important as well. Let's say the game between Switzerland and Italy ends in a draw. It could get ugly for Italy, where Switzerland could blow away Bulgaria. Italy don't really blow teams away like that. But it's going to be very, very interesting next Monday. So that's what's up in Group C. Group D, we don't have games coming up from Group D tomorrow. But France leads the charge. They do have a game in hand. Ukraine did pick up their first win after drawing 6. And Finland, with a game in hand, all behind. Big up to Mike, man. Mike living in Finland right now. Finland are alive. Bosnia are also alive, where Kazakhstan have been eliminated. So, look. Ukraine, Finland, Bosnia. That's where the race is, man. I think France could get thrown into that as well, but I think they'll be okay. Because you take a look at the fixtures coming up this month, which is the final month of the group stages. Bosnia versus Finland. This is a huge game. Huge game. Huge game. France should beat Kazakhstan, but you never ever know with France. You know what I'm saying? Because you go back here, what happened when they played. They did beat them, but Kazakhstan have picked up draws against Ukraine and against Bosnia. So you can't take Kazakhstan lightly at all. But France should beat Kazakhstan, and that should book a place for them at the World Cup. For Finland, they absolutely must beat Bosnia and have to get something against France. So what happened when Finland played France the last time? Finland against France here. All right. Finland against France. They lost 2-0. I do France against Finland as well. And then the game between Bosnia and Ukraine. Oh, man, that one finished 1-1 last month. Ukraine absolutely needs to win this one because, look, you look here. Bosnia has 2 games in hand. Finland has 2 games in hand. Ukraine, let's say they draw this game against Bosnia. It might be too late. You see what I'm saying? It might be too late. Let's say Finland beat Bosnia and go up to 11 points. Right? Bosnia won't be able to catch Finland. So Bosnia absolutely needs to get something against Finland. A point would be good. A point would be good for Bosnia here against Finland. And then they would need a win against Ukraine to get into the playoffs. For Finland, they would at least a draw against Bosnia to go up to 9 points. And against France, they would need at least a draw to stay alive. But Ukraine on 9 points, let's say, you know, Ukraine gets something against Bosnia. Yeah, they will go through ahead of Finland. So Finland needs to beat Bosnia. Let's just put it that way in order to go through. Wins would be very, very imperative here. Finland win, they go up to 11 points. Against France, they might not need anything. Ukraine, a draw against Bosnia, it will be enough for Finland. So Finland, the key for them, beat Bosnia and hope for Bosnia and Ukraine to draw their game. Doesn't matter what happened against France. If they manage to beat France, it would be even better. You see what I'm saying? It would be even better. But it would be nice to see Finland qualify for the World Cup, though, to make their debut. Bosnia, Finland, Ukraine, all still alive. I think France will take the direct spot. Let's keep it moving here. Group E. We don't have any games coming up from Group E, but Belgium in prime position to qualify with 2 games left, and they can't be caught by the Czech Republic. Czech Republic are in the playoffs based on the UEFA Nations League ranking. I think they will get one of those playoff spots. Wales, with 2 games in hand, are the only team that could catch Belgium, and Wales, it'll be difficult. It will be very difficult. Estonia and Belarus are out. For Belgium, their game's coming up in November against Estonia. Walk in the park. Wales have to beat Belarus, right? Let's say Wales beat Belarus. Wales beat Belarus. Belgium beat Estonia. These games on Saturday. We'll talk about those on Friday. It will set things up very, very, very nicely, right? Very, very nicely where, you know, Belgium would qualify with the win. Belgium would qualify with the win here against, if Belgium win their game, they will go up to 19 points. Wales win their game, they would go up to 14 points. Belgium would qualify. So Belgium most likely will qualify this Saturday with a win against Estonia. Wales, they have to beat Belarus. They got to beat Belarus. The Czech Republic now, West of Wales beat Belarus, and they will go up to 14 points. They would have 3 points ahead of the Czech Republic. The Czech Republic will still have that playoff spot via the Nations League as well. So just keep that in mind. So there will be 2 teams from this group going into the playoffs, right? Most likely that would happen. So, look. The Czech Republic would have 1 game left, and that's against Estonia, where they absolutely, they don't have to win it. But it's whatever for them, but they would want to win it. I think they will beat Estonia. Wales most likely will lose to Belgium, but you never know. You never ever know with this Belgian team under Roberto Martinez. You never know. But let's say Belgium beat Wales. It will be Wales, Czech Republic into the playoffs. Either or via the Nations League. They will get into the playoffs. One of them will get into the playoff via the Nations League. Belgium qualify directly. And it brings us to Group F. We don't have any games coming up tomorrow from Group F, but Denmark have already qualified, so not much more to talk about from this group. But in terms of the second place team, the team that's going into the playoffs, it's between Scotland and Israel. I think it is going to be Scotland, but Israel is still alive. Austria, fortunately for them, they will get into the playoffs via the Nations League, just so you know. Faroe Islands and Moldova are out. So Austria, Israel, Scotland still alive. Austria and Scotland are in the best positions right now. Austria not so much in terms of the group, but in terms of their Nations League standings. Israel, Scotland, I think this is where it is. Let's take a look at what happens in November briefly. Moldova plays Scotland. Scotland should beat Moldova. If Scotland do beat Moldova, let's take a look at the table. They will go up to 20 points, and it would be impossible for Israel to catch them. So we could already qualify Scotland to the playoffs, right? Israel, they messed up in a few games, and I think it's too late for them. So Scotland will get second, and Austria, wherever they come in, they will go into the playoffs. They won't be able to catch Scotland, but they will go into the playoffs via the Nations League. Austria do play Israel. That's going to be a difficult game for Israel, but I think Israel did beat Austria at home, so It's quite possible for them to pick up a win. Who knows what Moldova will do against Scotland, but I think Scotland should win that game. Denmark, they would rotate, but I think they would go in with a semi-strong team and beat Faroe Islands, where they only managed to beat them 1-0 last time around. That was a scary game for them, and they would want to keep their perfect record intact. Israel do play the Faroe Islands. They will beat the Faroe Islands, so Scotland can't afford to slip up against Moldova because Israel will be gunning. Scotland versus Denmark. It will be at Hampden Park. Great atmosphere. If it depends on this game for Scotland to get a playoff spot, believe me, I think they might just get it. But look, Denmark has been superior. They will rotate. Anything could happen. Austria play Moldova for the final game in Group F. So we go down to Group G. We don't have any games from Group G coming up. We have games from Group H and Group J. And the Netherlands and Norway are fighting for the top spot. 2 games left in this group for each teams. Turkey is still alive under their new manager, Stefan Kuntz. And believe it or not, Montenegro has a slight chance, but with their goal difference of 0 compared to Norway, I think they're pretty much out, right? They're pretty much done, unless barring a big win. Montenegro are pretty much out. So it's between Turkey and Norway for the playoff spot, where Norway, I fancy them, going through. The Netherlands are in a tricky position where they must win their games as well. Let's take a brief look at this. Not long. Spend a minute on this and move on. Look at the games really quick. Big up to everybody in the chat right now. Appreciate you guys, man. Appreciate y'all, everybody. Big up to Mr. Gonzalez in the house. Big up to John Burns in the house. How are you doing, John Burns? Nice to see you in here. John Burns with the super chat, man. Sorry I missed the super chat. Thank you very much. Who said, Dom, in 2014, Sweden played Portugal in the playoffs. Can you see 2 similarly high-ranked countries playing off in this upcoming UEFA playoffs? Well, look. The playoffs have always been interesting. You know what I mean? Last time we saw Sweden playing against Italy. Switzerland, I think, played against Northern Ireland, and the Republic of Ireland played against Denmark. Croatia did play against Greece. I think those were the playoffs the last time around, from what I could recall. And it's going to be very interesting this time around, where we're gonna have 10 teams direct qualification and 3 teams coming through from the playoffs, right? So, look, it's tight places. I would love to see Italy and Spain in the playoffs, meaning that they're not going to play each other, but because of their high rank. But I think I would love to see them in the playoffs, where we could see a team like Austria coming up against one of them. And you know Austria, man, you know what I'm saying? they could give you a scare on their day. So, big up to John Burns. Thank you very much for the super chat. Do appreciate that. Appreciate that, man. Big up to everybody in the stream who have liked the video. John Burns who have super chatted. And all the members who have came through the live stream today. Guys, it's 1:05. The game between Saudi Arabia and Australia will start in 3 hours. That's why I said I'm not going to be able to watch that game, though. 70 likes. Guys, we need 5 more thumbs up to get to 75. If you haven't yet liked the video, make sure you do so. We'll definitely appreciate that, man. All right, so we're going to keep it moving. We're going to keep it moving. Look. Norway played Latvia. Norway should beat Latvia. What happened the last time they met each other? Norway versus Latvia here. They beat them 2-0. No Erling Haaland, but I think they should get the better of Latvia here. Odegaard, Matthias Norman has been playing well these days. You know what I mean? They do have Sørloth still around. And a few other very, very good players, you know what I mean, in the team that I'm not going to get into all the names right about now. Norway should beat Latvia. It would be at home in Oslo. Turkey, they're going to destroy Gibraltar. They're going to destroy Gibraltar, and it would set things up very, very, very nicely. Very nicely. going into the final day, which will be next Tuesday. So every day, oh man, it's going to be nice. It's going to be very, very nice. Gibraltar, Latvia, dead rubber. Montenegro, Turkey. This game is going to be very interesting. But it might be a nothing game for Montenegro as they play the Netherlands. This is a tricky game for the Dutch team. And listen, man, Louis van Gaal and Danny Blind and co, who's a part of the coaching staff right now, they have to beat Montenegro. Let's say they draw Montenegro. They would get 1 point. Norway will beat Latvia. Turkey will beat Gibraltar, right? So the Dutch get 1 point. They go up to 20 points. The goal difference is ridiculous. So they will have a superior goal difference. They would still be number one ahead of Norway. Turkey would be just behind on 18 points. 2 points behind those two teams, right? And the final match day, if that happens, will be between Norway and Netherlands. But it will be in Rotterdam, so the Feyenoord Stadium. They will be at home in front of their fans, and it would be advantage Netherlands, right? But let's say the Netherlands win their game. They go up to 22 points. Norway win their game. They go up to 20 points. All the Dutch would need to do in this event is to draw. And I think if it's left for them to only draw the game, they will draw the game and get back to the World Cup after missing the one in 2018. Turkey would be left with a situation. This is how Turkey could actually creep into the playoffs, right? This is how Turkey could creep into the playoffs. Turkey on 18 points after beating Gibraltar. Norway on, let's get back the points tally here for Norway, on 20 points after beating Latvia. All right, stay with me here. Norway, 20 points. Turkey, 18 points. Norway, if they lose the game to the Dutch, let me see their goal difference really quick. Let's just check their goal difference. Their goal difference is a 9. All right, they have a good goal difference. I don't think Turkey would catch them in terms of goal difference, right? If Norway lose the game, and there's a possibility, there's no Erling Haaland, you know what I mean? There's injuries hampering the team right now. If they lose the game to the Dutch and Turkey manages to beat Montenegro in Podgorica, Turkey could go up to 21 points and slip into the playoffs miraculously after their poor, run under Senol Gunish, who has sacked Stefan Kuntz, the German, in charge. And it's Kuntz, okay? It's not Kuntz. All right? Yeah, get it right. So Stefan Kuntz in charge. Turkey with a victory over Montenegro could now slip into the playoffs to make things very interesting, right? And Norway eliminated. Norway has already been, threatening to boycott the World Cup anyway, so it won't be a bad thing if the job is, the decision is made easier for them by them getting eliminated. So it's all down to the Dutch. These games will not be easy, the games between Montenegro and Norway. Guys, could there be a situation where the Dutch misses out? Yes, there can. There could be a situation. If they pick up 2 points in these two games, and let's say Norway wins both their games, then Norway goes through to the World Cup as the number one team, and the Dutch would go into the playoffs. Turkey would miss out, right? So there's a lot of different permutations here. Which brings us to Group H. But before we talk about Group H, what are you guys saying? We have Mike who's saying Netherlands 1, Turkey 2nd. Norway, somehow Turkey will get the 2nd place. All right. So John Burns, I'm looking forward for Friday night where Canada hosts Costa Rica in Edmonton, Alberta, as freezing rain is better than biting cold for Costa Rica. So, look, guys, I will talk CONCACAF tomorrow. All right. I will talk CONCACAF tomorrow. I will get up early in the morning. After I'm done with this live stream, I'll get some sleep. I'll wake up I'll see what happened with the Saudi Arabia-Australia game. I'm not watching it. But I will get up earlier than I usually get up. I'm off from work. I'm on vacation this week. And I will, you know what I mean, be watching the games that's going on in Africa, the games that's going on in Asia. I was thinking about doing some watch-alongs for those games, you know, but I don't know what the reception would be like. I could try, but I don't want to do it tomorrow. You see what I'm saying? I don't know what the reception would be like. I don't want to do it and 10 people come out for the entire 2-hour live watch along. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to keep that. I don't want to experiment with that tomorrow. So yeah, man, I have a lot of work to do. I got to talk CONCACAF. I got to take a little time and do the predictions for the Friday games. Have to get that out. I'm just not going to come out and talk off my head. I do my research, I do head-to-head, and I have a little conversation, and I'll get that video out tomorrow, God's willing. All right, so Group H. Let's start Group H. Big up to all 44 people in the stream right now. It's late. Make sure you smash up the thumbs up button. We need 25 more likes to get to 100. Watch along for USA versus Mexico. Who knows, man? Who knows? Who knows? If I do a watch along, guys, it would be like just continuous watch alongs, you know what I'm saying? Where it will be overlapping games and things like that. That's what I'll do if I do watch alongs this international break. I do plan to do watch alongs, so something will happen. Something would actually happen. So look, let's start Group H. Russia plays Cyprus. Now we have more predictions for this one. Russia do play Cyprus. And when Russia played Cyprus before, Russia and... Let me see what happened between Russia and Cyprus. Can't recall, so I got to just double check. And Russia beat Cyprus 2-0. My prediction is another 2-0 win for Russia, by the way. So if you check the table right now, Russia on 19 points. I'm going for Russia to win the game. They will go up to 22 points, right? I think they'll beat Cyprus. Cyprus has been horrible lately. Even lost to Malta, right? Croatia do play Malta. I'm going for Croatia to beat Malta 3-0. What happened the last time Croatia played Malta? 3-0 as well. Wow. Didn't even look at the last games to make my predictions, and that's what I came up with. Slovakia versus Slovenia. I'm going for a 1-1 draw. What happened the last time Slovakia played Slovenia? It was a 1-1 draw. Wow. The hell? Wow. I made the exact predictions of the first games. So, look. Cyprus are out. Malta are out. And Slovenia are out. Slovakia are also out. These teams cannot catch up with Croatia, nor can they catch up with Russia. So, sad for these countries, but good try. And in terms of the playoffs, none of these countries would get into the playoffs via the Nations League. It's the Czech Republic, Wales, and Austria leading those places. With Austria and most likely the Czech Republic to get one of those spots. To get two of those spots, pardon me. So in Group H, it's pretty much Croatia and Russia, right? So going into the final game of this group, where Croatia will host Russia, Croatia would be on 20 points, Russia would be on 22, and it would be a must-win game. Look at this, look at this. It would be a must-win game down in Puljud, Stadion Puljud in Split, where Croatia has to beat Russia in front of their home fans in order to qualify directly for the World Cup, where only in 2002 they were able to pull it off. All the other times they have qualified, it's been via the playoffs. Even the 98 World Cup when they placed third and the 2018 World Cup when they placed second, it's been through the playoffs. They're a playoff type of team, right? So, look. If Croatia goes through to the playoffs, it will be very, very interesting though, because if you have teams like Spain and Italy in the playoffs, you could see a situation where Croatia ends up meeting one of these teams. Let me just check the FIFA rankings really quick again, so we could get in tune with what's going on in terms of Croatia's ranking in relation to those other teams that could possibly get in there. So look, yeah, Croatia is ranked 18th, right? And if they do get into the playoffs, they could be one of the seeded teams. They can be one of the seeded teams because they could join. If they get into the playoffs, Sweden could be in there, Switzerland could be in there, and yeah, they'll definitely be one of the seeded teams. So they might luck out and who knows, meet a Czech Republic or even a Wales or an Austria in the playoffs, or Scotland. One of them teams Croatia would meet. So they definitely will luck out. But I do have Croatia actually drawing this game, to believe it or not, and Russia qualifying directly. But you never know, man. You never know. Croatia at home is a very formidable team, and I could definitely see them winning it and qualifying directly. But I am still sticking to what I said. Even though I like the Croatian team and I got a lot of Croatian subscribers, I think they're going to go through to the playoffs and qualify via the playoffs. They are the only team I picked to go through, qualify for the World Cup, but through the playoffs. That was the only definitive call I made from Group H. So that's what's going on in Group H there, guys. It's between Russia and Croatia. I think Russia is going to pip Croatia to that spot. England, 20 points. Poland, 17. Albania, still alive. Hungary, barely, but they're gone. Look at their goal difference. 1 compared to a 17 goal difference. So it's between Albania and Poland for that playoff spot. England could get dragged into it if they screw things up. But if you look at England's fixtures that's coming up here, yeah, man, England would be fine. England would definitely be fine. They will play Albania and they play San Marino. The San Marino fixture definitely gives England that cushion, right? Because let's say England pick up a win there. They will win. They go up to 23 points. Poland could catch England on 23 points. But Poland would need to win their games and end up getting a better goal difference against England. But the fact that England are playing San Marino, which means the goal difference would go up at least by 5 goals. And Poland do play Andorra. Poland do play against Andorra last time I checked. So Poland will destroy Andorra with Lewandowski and co. Their goal difference will go up as well. And Poland will play Hungary, where I think they will beat Hungary. You never know, but you're in Warsaw with a potential playoff place at stake. You got to win, right? Albania play Andorra. They'll win. And Albania has to get something against England, where if they do get a draw against England, it would favor England as well, and England would qualify directly. Albania with 4 points. Would 4 points be enough for Albania, where Poland would potentially pick up 6? So, yeah, it won't be enough. Albania 4 points would need Poland to actually lose their game against Hungary. Yeah, Albania out. Albania definitely out. Poland are gonna beat. Albania has to win both their games. Albania has to beat England in order to qualify for the playoffs. Albania gotta beat England. They gotta beat England. It's a must-win game against England, and it's not likely that they'll do so. They lost their first game against England. So, in this group, I think it's going to be England qualify directly, Poland come in second, go into the playoffs, and Poland was at the 2018 World Cup where they qualified directly to that event. This time around, it might be a harder route. So we're going to keep it moving. But before we do, what are you guys saying in the chat? Big up to everybody once again. So, yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Big up to Mr. Gray Hair who says, love your vids, Dom. Keep it up. Thank you very much. And let me see. For the longest time, I thought Dominic Rich was telling me squat at the end of his videos. Come on, you need to open up your ears and listen, man. You need to listen. Big up to Hallgren, man. Appreciate you coming through. Nice to always see you in here. Hallgren has been around since 2017. One of the earliest subscribers, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Guys, don't forget, as I mentioned, smash up the thumbs up button. We need 23 more likes to get to 100. 3 hours, 38 minutes. I need to wrap things up right now and get my ass to bed. That's why I said I couldn't do CONCACAF today. I couldn't do CONCACAF, man. And I couldn't even get into all the articles I wanted to get in. Couldn't do it. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't do it. So Germany have already qualified, so they're really out of the question. But the teams are still vying for the playoffs are Romania, North Macedonia, and Armenia, with Iceland still very much alive. So you could throw Iceland in the mix as well. Throw the ice in the mix. Make yourself a nice smoothie, right? Liechtenstein eliminated. All other 4 teams here, Germany, qualified already. But the 4 teams vying for the playoffs, Romania, North Macedonia, Armenia, Iceland. Let's take a look at the fixtures that's coming up here. Look, Armenia versus North Macedonia. What happened the first time these 2 teams met each other? Armenia, North Macedonia, 0-0 draw. I'm going to go for a 1-1 draw this time around. If that happens, Macedonia will go up to 13. Armenia will go up to 13. Oh, Romania will play Iceland. I'm going for Romania to beat Iceland. So if Romania beat Iceland, Romania would go up to 16 points. Iceland will be eliminated, right? So Romania to 16 points would mean that they will have 1 game left to play. And North Macedonia do have a good goal difference, but their goal difference could be improved with a win over Iceland, right? Iceland won't be a pushover, however. But Romania remains the favorites to get the playoff spot here. Imagine going into the playoffs, right? A team like Spain, Italy, Croatia, and you got to play a team like Romania. You'll fancy your chances, right? But Romania could be, you know what I mean? The underdogs here and make their first World Cup since 1998. Where at that event, they did the entire team dye their hair, the entire team dyed their hair blonde, I should say. So 1 point apiece for North Macedonia and Armenia won't be good. But let's say North Macedonia wins that game and Romania draw against Iceland. That'll be big. Let's say Armenia win and Romania draw. That'll be big for Armenia. I would actually love to see one of North Macedonia or Armenia into the playoffs to give us a chance to get a debutant. But Romania, they remain the favorites to qualify through the playoffs. So let's say Iceland win their game. Iceland will go up to 11 points. Romania will go up to 14. And it would take a big, big victory for Iceland to, you know, leapfrog Romania. So, well, if Iceland wins, Romania remain on 13. So Iceland would be on 11 and it would give them a chance, a fighting chance. But they would actually need North Macedonia and Armenia to draw their game as well. So that's a permutation there for that one. But I'm going for Romania to beat Iceland 2-1. Germany versus Liechtenstein. I'm going for 5-0 win for the Germans. We're not gonna talk too much about the Germans. Hansi Flick have ensured that the Germans avoid disaster and qualify for the World Cup. I think if Joachim Löw was still in charge of the team, it could have been something totally different. So Romania, Iceland, Germany, Liechtenstein, Armenia, North Macedonia. The final day, it favors Romania. It favors Romania because Romania has to get something against Iceland. If they do, they will beat Liechtenstein, in my opinion. What happened the last time Romania played Liechtenstein? Let's just find out. Liechtenstein have been the beaten stick here in the group. 2-0. Romania will beat Liechtenstein unless there's a catastrophic meltdown here. They capitulate or something. Armenia have the odds against them where they play Germany. You see what I'm saying? It's going to be very, very difficult to get something against Germany. So we could already eliminate Armenia here. It's harsh, but we could eliminate Armenia. North Macedonia, they got to, if North Macedonia absolutely has, they got to beat Armenia and they got to beat Iceland. And I think it's very unlikely that they will pick up wins in both games, but it's more likely that Romania would pick up 6 points. So I'm going to say Romania, go into the playoffs. Armenia, North Macedonia misses out, but it would be it would be the best ever World Cup qualifying campaign in the history of them participating in World Cup qualifiers, for sure, without a doubt. And they would have to work towards a 2026 event. So that's my thoughts on that one. You could see the group with Qatar there. And Qatar has been horrible in the last couple of games where they've been losing every single match. So that does it. That does it. Before we do move on and land the plane today, before we land the plane, what we're going to do really quick before we land the plane, right, is we're going to go over back to the FIFA website and we're going to take a look at what's going on in the CONCACAF region really quick. And we go down to the table here. And all right, pardon me there. I got to go back up. And I have to pick the round. All right, final round. The octagonal. Canada, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Honduras, Jamaica, Mexico, Panama, and Estados Unidos, the USA. And I have to do predictions for the games coming up. And those games will be the USA versus Mexico. That game will be on... Wait. Is that game scheduled for today? That game scheduled for today? God damn. I didn't even realize that, man. I thought the games are freaking Friday. Let me make sure. What's going on? Yeah, the games are Friday. What the hell is going on with this? Yeah, the games are Friday. Guys are like, whoa. No, the games are actually... There is a game coming up tomorrow. Yeah. No, I'm still looking at the FIFA website. God damn FIFA. So, the games are coming up tomorrow, 9 p.m. 9 p.m. tomorrow. FIFA website is freaking annoying, Very annoying, I must say. Why does it have the game on the 11th here of November? Why? Why? Could anybody tell me why? Please tell me why. Yeah, it might be a time difference thing. It might be a time difference thing. But I don't know why it does it. Don't know why it does it. But anyways, USA plays Mexico. Derby, big game. Honduras play Panama. El Salvador play Jamaica. For some reason, I didn't even realize the USA-Mexico game was coming up already. I would have done I would have already done the prediction video since Monday. Like my boy Mike did it very early and is benefiting from the fact that he did so. But, yeah, man, it is what it is. I went on vacation, man. You got to take a break sometimes. You see what I mean? It's okay. It's okay if you miss out on a few thousand views. El Salvador play Jamaica. Canada play Costa Rica. Then you have games coming up against, Jamaica versus the USA. Panama versus El Salvador. Costa Rica versus Honduras. And Canada play Mexico. There's games in the middle of winter here, man. El Salvador against the USA. It's going to be a tough game for El Salvador, man. El Salvador, I feel for you, man. I feel for you. Just want to put it out there. I feel for you. Really feel for you. And I think that's the only fixture that would matter, really. Canada and the USA, they're used to the cold. So, yeah. But El Salvador, yeah. And Honduras there. In February. I don't know about that. March is cold as well. March is cold. So, Panama, yeah. Jamaica, yeah. So, look, man. Could go very far ahead, but this is what the octagonal looks like right now. Mexico on top with 14 points. 2 wins and you could guarantee a place at the World Cup finals for Mexico. USA 2 wins would put them in prime position to qualify as well. Canada, the same. You know, if all these teams, you know, well, Mexico, USA can't all both win their next games. But look, if Mexico beat the USA, you know, they could, well, book a place. USA would, you know, get caught up with the rest. If Panama win, they could catch up. You know, Costa Rica, if they pick up wins. If Jamaica keep winning, you know what I mean? It make things very interesting. But top 3 right now in the qualifying spots are Mexico, USA, and Canada, the host for the 2026 World Cup. Panama in the playoff spot. Costa Rica just behind Jamaica in 5th. El Salvador in 7th. And Honduras in 8th. They have sacked Fabian Coito. And they have appointed Hernan Dario Gomez, the former Panamanian manager, the man who took Panama to the World Cup in 2018. And there will be more on that coming up tomorrow. So, yeah, man. Yeah. Guys, it's been 3 hours, 49 minutes. You know, I've been live for the last almost 4 hours. Absolutely ridiculous stuff. And I think we're about to land the plane right now, man. Gotta save the voice. There'll be a lot of talking in the upcoming days. And, you know, it's fair to me that I just take a break. So, look, big up to everybody in here right about now, man. Thank you very much. Thank you for tuning in. We have a really, really good, you know, turnout. We have 44 people in here right now. Absolutely amazing, man. Look, we got another one coming up. I have to find a way to squeeze in the live stream for tomorrow. It might be another late one, right? Because we have games coming up in CONMEBOL. I might have to do somewhat of a live stream and have the CONMEBOL game in the background going on, because we have to find a way to do these World Cup qualifiers daily. You see what I'm saying? So, look, on Friday, I might have to do the video like after the European games, like around maybe like 5 o'clock. I will be coming live to do those. So it might be another like 3-hour live stream there. And yeah, before the Honduras Panama game, then there's, you know, and I might actually do a live watch along for all these games though. Who knows? It might, I don't know I don't know if I might still have a wife after this international break though. You know what I'm saying? I have to make sure you know what I'm saying, and I take care of business and make the wife happy so that I could do my own thing. You feel me? Gotta factor that in. Guys, don't forget today's stream is brought to you by the lovely folks over at Manscaped. Best in below the waist grooming. Use the coupon code Dominic Rich to get yourself 20% off every single order. Free shipping worldwide. Makes for a great gift for a loved one, a friend, father, husband, brother, uncle, cousin, you name it. Their balls would definitely thank you. Okay? So, guys, man, it's been real. Yeah, my girlfriend thinks I'm crazy at the moment. I'm telling you, man. It's been real, man. I even changed clothes in between, man. Listen, it was an epic one. And it's just a grind, man. No one wants to grind during the qualifiers. Mike and I, Football Fair and I have been grinding during the qualifiers. And not many other people. Maybe a few people speaking Spanish and French, Dutch, we don't know of. But most of the popular people on YouTube, they don't do qualifiers. Maybe a vlog there. The English guys will do a vlog here and there. But no one does qualifiers. And what I hate the most is when the World Cup comes around. Everybody! Everybody. Yeah, I froze up. Everybody. I hit the camera. Everybody want to do freaking World Cup videos. I hate it. Big up to the boy John Burns. Thanks again. Correct. Dominic Rich F.C. correctly predicts all the World Cup matches just before his wife leaves him. Tell me about it, man. Tell me about it. But yeah, man. Every time I shave my balls, I think of Dominic Rich. Best believe it. Best believe it, man. That's what you call influence. Every time you see your balls, you would think about me. Pause though, pause. No homo. But we're not homophobic around here anyways, but not me. Not homophobic. But every time you see your balls, you think about me. And you think about Manscaped. That's advertising, you know what I mean? That's the advertising is not basically telling you buy. You must buy. No, that's not what advertising is. Advertising is planting that seed in your head. Even if it takes a year or two for the seed to grow and germinate and grow, yeah, the seed was planted already. It's like, for example, you do a search. I don't know why. Look, the thing works in network. It's network, right? It's network. I did a search on this computer, my desktop computer, but because they're on the same network, the same Wi-Fi, when I went on my laptop, I received an ad for the thing that I searched. And I'm like, God damn, I hate it. You talk, the mic picks up what you said, you see an ad on Instagram and on Facebook. That's advertising. Someone recently left me a comment, right? On a video when I talked about Canada. And they said to me, it was a good video, but minus the Manscaped thing. And I said, why? Why should I minus the Manscaped thing? You see what I mean? They said that I'm selling out. How am I selling out? You turn your TV on to watch a football game, it's all advertising you're seeing. The advertising boards around the field, on the player's jersey, big advertising. Bam. You want, let me show you. Let me show you. But yet, people don't want us creators, just want people to know that's watching. You don't want creators to advertise on their platforms, right? This is a Man City shirt. I still got the tags on there, right? Still got the tags on there. But Etihad Airways, that's advertising. That's advertising. That's in the airline industry, right? Automotive industry, Nexen Tire. You get the point. You get the point, and that's about it. If you check the club website, at the bottom of the club website, all advertising. Let me show you something. Let me show you something again, really quick. You scroll down to the bottom of the screen. What the hell do you think that is? How do you think FIFA could operate? It's because of Adidas, Coca-Cola, Wanda, Visa, Qatar, Hyundai, and Kia, Budweiser, Hisense, Vivo, McDonald's, whatever this thing is. Everywhere you go, it's advertising. So when you see YouTube content creators like myself, like Mike, or anybody, the videos have the ads before the video. Watch the thing, support the thing. You see what I'm saying? Support the thing. That's the only way creators actually get, you know, some type of compensation for their time. For example, I've been here almost 4 hours. You think I'm properly compensated? No. Not. But it's all about dedication. It's not what it's all about. But people would only see the little things like, okay, you see the Manscaped thing. And then you talk about it. You talk, oh yeah, oh my God, he's freaking promoting Manscaped. It's practical. I'm a man. I got balls. The balls need to be shaved. And it's a great shaver. I used it. You see what I'm saying? Look, the guy actually said that, oh, if I'm selling caps or t-shirts, he won't mind. I'm like, do you think it's even easy? If, for example, I have an idea where I want to get personalized maybe 100 caps just to try something, right? I have an idea. I don't know if I'm going to do it. I'm not going to tell you the idea. But of the design, but I have an idea, right? I have a design that I want to use. I put it on 100 caps. I have black caps. I have maybe red caps. I have a green cap or 5 green caps. I have some blue caps, right? And I say to the fans, to the subscribers, I have, for example, I say to the subscribers, guys, I have 100 caps, limited edition caps. Get yours, right? I'm selling the caps. For example, let's say it cost me $10 per cap. 100 caps, wholesale, and to put the logo on it. Let's say it cost me 10 bucks, whatever. And I want to sell these caps for $35. Just limited edition. Think about how many people are actually going to support the thing. You see what I'm saying? Maybe not many. I might have to be struggling to sell those 100 caps or those 100 t-shirts. Begging. So whenever you see a creator gets on board with a sponsor or the ads or people super chatting, you know, just be a part of it. Be a part of the thing. Being real here. Big up to John Burns. Thank you, man. A league where sponsorship is everything. NFL. Listen, it's about sponsorship. Everything is sponsor. Everything is sponsorship. Let me just show you something really quick. And if you guys, you know, don't understand, you don't see everything. Let me just search Man City, right? Look at this. You go down to the bottom here. Just go down to the bottom. Really quick. Again, you're going to see something. All right, later. Not now. Look there. Just take a look right there. Just for example. These are how many sponsors Man City has on board. You don't even see them. All you see is Etihad, the Puma, who sponsor the kits. Right? You see Nexen Tire on the sleeve. But all these companies are on board with Manchester City. And the same goes for the other clubs. You see what I'm saying? The same goes for the other clubs. You see Chelsea with the whole what's that thing, man? That pharmaceutical company they promoted on their damn training kits. You see EA Sports, Etisalat, Nissan. You know what I mean? Techno. You feel me? You get the point, guys. Wix is a website. Marathon betting companies. You see what I mean? Some of these advertising are not even like morally, like what's the word I'm saying? Ethically correct. Like the betting. You see what I'm saying? People lose their lives over betting, gambling. People kill themselves because they spend all their money on betting. But yet, majority of Premier League clubs are betting companies. Betting companies. Bet y'all didn't realize that. But yeah, man, honestly, without advertising, sports clubs would be dead. Money rules the world right now. They would be. They would be. Look at them. So when you see people like myself talking Manscaped, just appreciate and support the freaking thing. I should have had Manscaped. I should have had 10 things on the screen right now. Advertising. You know what? You know, if that was the case, that means that I would be getting the bag. You know what I'm saying? You'll get more content. You're already getting a lot of content, but you'll get what? I'll be doing this full time. You'll get all the coverage. But anyways, man, just wanted to put that out there and rant a bit about that. And yeah, so I've watched the hockey guy go from 4,000 to 220 followers, 220,000 followers, and he's now full-time YouTuber getting paid to do what he loves. I see that happening for our boy Dom. I don't know, man. I don't know if that'll happen. I would love if that happens because I'm planning to actually move from New York. And if I do move out of New York, let's say in 3 years, and the channel is huge, then, and I could depend on the income of the channel to survive, like to pay my bills, I won't have to work. You see what I'm saying? I could go to work, but I could work for myself. You see what I'm saying? But guys, it's now 1:46 a.m. I'm gonna go to sleep. This has been a 4-hour live stream, and you know, it's been fun, man. It's been fun. I'm gonna attempt to timestamp this live stream as well, and see how it works out. So I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you later today. Mike, keep doing your thing, bro. You're doing a great job. I've been keeping tabs on you, you know. You've been doing a great job. You know, improve thumbnails. Just keep trying, keep going, bro. You know, you'll get better and better and better as time goes by, man. You know what I mean? Just, you know, just look at me. Just look at me. I've improved as time went by as well. And it would be nice. Maybe I'll try to have you on sometime during this international break. Or hopefully I could jump on one of your streams as well. No promises, but let's see if we could make something happen. So guys, like the video if you haven't yet done so. Let me get back big and say my farewells. Thanks to everybody who tuned in. We did get a, you know, good turnout. Not bad, but it's fine. It's fine. It would get crazier as the international break progresses, and I'll see you later. All right. I don't want to go, but I have to go. All right. So for your boy Dom, thanks a lot for tuning in. And until my next World Cup Qualifiers Daily, which will be episode 21, I like to say thanks a lot. Peace out. Rich Squad. Peace.